So I will hereby call this meeting of the Richmond Public School Board to order. And I will share with you all that we will not be doing the Pledge of Allegiance this evening or moment of silence, even though it is on the agenda. I do not have a flag up here, so we will go without it. All right. Ms. Wilson, would you like to give your electronic meeting announcement, please?
I will. Simultaneous translation is being provided tonight in Spanish via Zoom. The link, to access the Zoom meeting can be found in the meeting notice. Once logged in, click Interpretation and select Spanish to listen. All meeting participants are encouraged to speak slowly and deliberately to allow for accurate translation. This meeting is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to and in compliance with the City of Richmond Ordinance 2020-093 and the school board's resolution that was approved on April 20th, 2020. The notice of the meeting stated that the meeting would be a virtual meeting and would be live streamed on the school division's Facebook page. The public could view it there and the link was provided. The notice also stated that the board would not receive in-person public comment. However, public comments could be submitted to the clerk at speakers@rvaschools.net, and those comments would be shared with the board and posted to board docs. The agenda for the meeting was also posted to board docs, and the link was provided for that site. And after roll call, it will be determined how many board members are participating.
All right, thank you.
Ready for the roll call?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Page?
Here.
Ms. Cosby? Mr. Young?
Present.
Dr. Sapini? Mrs. Dorr?
Here.
Mr. Barlow?
Here.
Ms. Gibson?
Here.
Ms. Burke?
Here.
And Ms. Owen?
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Chair. 7 of your 9 board members are present.
All right. And we have a lot of public comment again this evening. So board members, unless disagreement, we will once again limit our time to 2 hours total and 1 minute per comment, as we have them in full to read. And I know we've already read some of them. So let us go forward with the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to do that?
So moved.
That was Ms. Dorr. Is there a
Second.
Ms. Page seconded. Is there discussion? I believe you already know that we are also not having our closed session this evening. That has been postponed. Other than that, we're good to go.
So you ready for the vote?
Yes, Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Has Ms. Cosby joined us yet? Okay.
No.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Dr. Sapini? I'm sorry, Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Mrs. Gibson?
Yes.
Mrs. Burke?
Yes.
And Ms. Owen?
Yes.
The agenda has been adopted as presented.
All right, then let us move on to public information. And once again, if you need assistance, Ms. Wilson, please let us know.
Okay, thank you. So 2 hours total and 1 minute
Yes.
each. Get my timer straight.
Ms. Wilson, I sent you a text.
Have not seen it yet, but okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll get started with public comment. Ms. Wilson, you'll keep my time?
I got you, go ahead.
Thank you. Summer Gentry. I just want to say that I actually think the virtual is going better than I thought it was going to. My daughter is in a pod with 2 other 4th graders and 2 1st graders. Things are pretty smooth considering. Other parents feel the same way, but the positive feedback rarely gets written. Keep up the good work. Sarah Hall. I'm sending this email in regards to the school schedule. My students attend school on the south side at Reed Elementary. Something has to be changed with the school hours. After lunch, my children are burnt out, tired, and have lost focus. I absolutely love the Wednesday schedule. If we make every day like a Wednesday, this would make life so much easier. This would allow students to have time for independent work, catching up on homework, and just an overall break from the computer. Please consider changing the schedule, especially for the lower grade levels. No matter how engaging the teacher is keeping the lesson, these babies are getting burnt out and we're not even a month into school. I feel so bad for the teachers as it looks on their faces after lunch is exhausted, frustrated, and tired. I would like to see us use the schedule that Chesterfield has or something similar. Nicole Nelson. I am an exceptional education teacher at Overby Shepherd. So far this year, I have seen teachers going above and beyond and helping to get virtual school off the ground. We are finally in flight. With practice and patience, I have high hopes that this year will turn out beneficial and memorable for everyone involved. I am not in support of shortening the school day because I believe we have a duty to teach and educate our nation's children no matter the circumstances. I hope that before making a decision that there would be input from all the demographics that make up the community of Richmond Public Schools. Are we thinking about children with special needs and the need for routine and academic support? Are we thinking about children who rely on school during the day to keep them engaged? Are we thinking about whose voices are heard through the public forums and whose are not? We must consider choosing a path and putting all that we have into it because we will be successful if given the time and chance to pursue success. Emily McAllister. I am a 2nd grade teacher in the 5th district, and I want to echo others' concerns about the school day being too long for elementary students. My students are very engaged in the morning, but after lunch, they seem exhausted and frequently ask if we are almost done for the day. This is with 2 afternoon brain breaks and live math instruction ending around 2:20. My teammates and I feel that the morning, perhaps from 9:15 to noon, should be used for community circle and ELA and math whole group lessons. This time can also include very short independent activities that students complete while still on Google Meet for teachers to check understanding in real time, as well as a 10-minute bathroom and snack break. We feel that after 12 o'clock, students should have lunch and recess, asynchronous work, including science and social studies, scheduled small group times with teachers and other staff, and encore. My students prefer Shanika Oliver. As an RPS parent and employee, I want to commend the teachers and staff for a relatively smooth virtual opening. I am also thankful for their continued dedication to delivering quality virtual instruction. My twins are 1st graders at William Fox Elementary, and their teacher, Miss Perez, has been loving, patient, supportive, and organized. I pulled together the materials she states they will need in her daily morning emails, log them in, and from there, they are able to work independently. I was shocked that they did not need much assistance from me thus far beyond helping them log in and reminding them when to return from scheduled breaks. We work in a shared space, so I am present to monitor them and provide support as needed, but also have the flexibility to leave the room if necessary. They are afforded frequent breaks with opportunities to sing, stretch, dance, and interact, which I believe has made the virtual learning experience more tolerable.
Time.
Hannah Abbey. I am writing to support any motion put forth to decrease the number of hours students are required to be with their teachers online. We are at the end of the 2nd week, and 6 hours a day for my child in kindergarten is pushing her too much. I have noticed an increase of aggression towards me in the form of anger outbursts 3 or more times a day. I've noticed her sleep is more disrupted as well, as evidenced by her falling out of bed and complaining of bad dreams. This is unlike my child. She is doing her best, but I am afraid I'm asking too much of her to be in front of a screen for that long. She is using up all her energy trying to focus, and it is draining her. I've tried to encourage her to play outside after school is complete, but she says she's too tired. It's not appropriate for her age. She needs to be more active and interactive in her play. I am tempted to just not log her on after lunch. Please adjust appropriately. Thank you for your time. Nor Sammy, I believe we should shorten our school day because students are complaining of back pain and headaches from being online for several hours at a time. The current schedule assumes students will log out for independent work, but this is not feasible at the elementary level, where students, especially English learners, are having an extremely difficult time logging in. Understanding what is happening, navigating to online assessments, and completing their work when there isn't an adult around to help them. Performing even simple tasks is hard for them and makes it extra taxing to be online all day. Tamara Dowie, I'm writing on behalf of myself, my students, and my parents. The concerns that have been voiced are of the long school day. Students are unable to focus being on screen from 9:15 to 3:30 daily, 4 days a week. The quality of participation in active learning goes down quickly after around 1 p.m. daily due to high burnout and tired students due to having to be on. Usually what occurs is they take frequent bathroom breaks and snack breaks, turn off their cameras. Students get antsy and it's very difficult for them to stay online fully for the entire day. I am happy to continue the full days, but support students in other ways, online learning assignments, group assignments, etc., during the latter part of the day. On Wednesdays, having the time from 12 to 4:30 to work is crucial in my planning for the next week and meeting with my grade level teams for collaboration. Thank you for considering my concerns and suggestions. Joshua Cole, on behalf of VCU and the School of Education, it was my pleasure to be interviewed by the Flamboyant Foundation to share with them the outstanding partnership VCU has with RPS. The opportunities that we have before us as a public serving university and the Richmond public school system is filled with the hope and excitement for what is on the horizon regarding the opportunities to enhance family and community engagement. I am looking forward to the continued partnerships between RPS and VCU to help support our students, families, schools, and community. Melanie Nunnally, I know you've probably heard a lot out of Northside, but I figured I'd add my name to the lunch is too early and middle school is too long list. It is going well technology-wise, and we have been impressed with that for sure, but it is a super long day for my 6th grader, and it seems to be all on the screen. My high schooler actually is done over an hour earlier than the middle schooler. If there's any way to shorten, tweak that, we would be so grateful. Kelly Crowder, I am a proud employee of RPS and I applaud RPS for always doing the right thing. I know no decision will suit all of us. As a teacher for RPS and parent, I am compelled to say that the school day is too long. The virtual setting should not mimic the in-person setting. Let me repeat. The virtual setting should not mimic the in-person setting. But we are in a global pandemic, and if life is different outside of the school, the American Society of Pediatrics recommends no more than 2 hours of screen time a day, and they recommend if you are online, having a 15-minute break offline for every hour you are on. In person, we are walking, moving around, going outside, mobile while we switch stations. Virtually, children and teachers are sitting in one spot from 9 to 3:30, which is too long for all elementary students. I know being online from 9 to 3:30 is too extensive on the body, eyes, and brain. Actually, according to Tanea Shelton, please change the school day hours to 9 to 12 or 12:30 Monday through Friday. I work at a Northside school and my students are so drained in the afternoon. I do not have the same participation level as my morning classes. For instance, over the last 2 weeks of school, I have averaged the following: 76.5% attendance in Block 2, 69% attendance in Block 3, 54 attendance in Block 4. If those numbers don't speak for themselves, I don't know what else will. Our students all over the city are tired and cannot sustainably learn this way. I always ask my students how they are holding up and how they feel the virtual school day is going. This was what one of my students said: hard, depressing, and lack of fun. I believe that sums it up for all of us. Make the day shorter, please. Latanya Kelly. I'm a teacher at John Marshall High School and a parent of a first grade student at John B. Carey. As a parent, I wish that the schedules were staggered so my son did not start at the same time so I could assist him more when he needs help with technology or understanding his assignment. I also wish that his day could end before 3 p.m. as he is drained after sitting at the computer for that long, even after breaks. Please consider shortening the lunch break and even the day. As a high school teacher, I think we should do synchronous instruction for 3 to 3.5 hours every morning and then let students have lunch and asynchronous work in the afternoons. This would allow more time for planning and office hours to help students individually. Shakora Allen. I pray all is well with you and your family. I'm a product of Richmond Public Schools, and Miss Waller used to be my science teacher back in the day. I have seen how drastically RPS has changed for the better over recent years. I cannot thank you and your team enough for your hard work and ongoing support for our staff and students day in and day out. I'm a third-year teacher and the students bring me so much joy. However, the current schedule does not allow enough time for educators to teach, assist students, participate in weekly virtual school meetings, backtrack through attendance whenever an assignment is turned in days later, lesson plan, call parents and document it, etc. I do not see things getting better with time with the current schedules, as there will always be different things that arise where a student may need our help. I am asking for reduced synchronous time online. I would love to have time to help students one-on-one. Karen Colby. My child is a second grader at Cardinal Elementary. I don't think we've given it enough adjustment time to decide if we should cut the day. While it is extremely stressful to stay at my son's side and keep sitting him back down, reminding him to focus. However, I think with more guidance, a syllabus, maybe weekly sheets to help us have our kids prepared for each day, nightly emails from teachers covering what is to be learned the next day would be helpful. Realistically, they are online at 9:15, lunch at 11:30 to 12:30, then school till 3, plus brain and bathroom breaks. If you work it out, it's only 4.5 hours teaching time. I need more time to decide. If once established the length of the day is what's best, or if shorter day is needed. My concerns are that in a time when our children are already in danger of falling behind due to these changes, only having half days would be a detriment. If we are to cut the days, I think we will need extra support to fill in those teaching times. Essence Stanton Jones. Hello, school board officials. My name is Essence Stanton Jones. I currently attend John Marshall High School and I'm a junior there. My opinion on the school schedule is that there are many pros and cons to it. One of the pros is that we get time in between classes to do asynchronous learning, which helps many students study and focus more. A con from the schedule is that we're not learning the amount we would if it were a regular school year with the amount of time we have for first semester. Another con is that the time we get out, seeing me as a student perspective, getting out at 4:15 shouldn't be a thing. A lot of my peers have jobs that they would usually go to after getting out of school. But now with this schedule, a lot of them have to change the time of when they go, which is affecting them. Also, having the 4x4 block schedule is physically and mentally draining. Staring at a screen with the same classes for over an hour and a half each day.
Time.
Angela Hopkins Oliver. Hi, I'm an RPS parent of 2 students, and really there isn't a big difference in the day. They are only going 15 minutes longer than actual in-person school. The school day is perfectly fine with the way it is. Kids go in later and come out later, but it's still equivalent to going at 8 a.m. to 2:45. I'm not understanding the problem here. Amanda Reisner. I am a teacher on the South Side, and I have already shared my concerns with you, but want to do so again specifically as a South Side teacher. We South Side teachers are concerned with the length of the school day. Many of the parents have expressed concerns to us about the length of the day as well, but don't feel comfortable writing in. Again, I will say that it isn't developmentally appropriate for elementary age kids to be staring at the screen for 6 hours a day. I'm doing my best to make sure that my students are engaged and independent enough that they don't need an adult sitting by them for the entire day. But some families still have anxiety about letting them manage the school day alone. It isn't fair to those adults who have to sit there for 6 hours either. I'm asking that we do the whole group instruction before lunch and then have small groups, assessment time, and time to plan and converse with parents after lunch. I feel that will be the most effective way to reach our students. Wanda Speller. As a childcare provider, it has been very difficult for me to watch our students struggle every day. The virtual learning day is too lengthy for younger children, especially those in pre-K through second grade. Daily, I am finding myself contacting teachers and parents because students are struggling to stay focused, especially until after lunch/recess. The parents are also getting frustrated because their children are coming home crying, saying school is too long and they don't want to do it anymore. It saddens my heart to think these children's educational needs are not being met. And how in the world can you test these young children through a test on the computer? First of all, several of these students don't have their Chromebook/tablet or hotspot yet. Secondly, the children that have them are having difficulty every day. Something needs to be done and the day needs to end at least by noon. Guy Buster. I am a father of 3 students attending RPS on the South Side. In observing them throughout the day and speaking with them, they have said that sitting in front of a computer for that amount of time is just too much. They haven't been totally informed on how to navigate the system as far as receiving and turning in assignments. The system is malfunctioning, so the teachers are fading out, which interrupts the lesson. The material needs to be broken down more so that they can get a complete understanding of what's being taught and that the pace is too fast for virtual learning. It would also help if students had some type of hard copy to use as a reference in front of them. If teachers could give more examples during lessons and stop periodically during lessons for questions and not ask students to wait to ask questions. Ashley Brown. I am the parent of a second grader enrolled in RPS. Both myself and spouse work full-time from home. Thankfully, we have jobs that allow for this now. We have a toddler at home as well. We have been tag teaming since March on taking care of our children at home. We are still social distancing and staying home as much as possible. We are very involved in both of our children's education and are very thankful for the resources RPS has provided thus far. However, the current schedule is not ideal. Wednesdays ending earlier and allowing for independent work is much more manageable for us than the other school days. Our second grader is mostly independent. However, there are still many times during the day when we facilitate her to keep her on schedule and the mini breaks out sessions and Zoom sessions. It is overwhelming for her to keep on schedule with the mini breaks and sessions and Zoom sessions. It is overwhelming for working parents who are assisting with this, and we are not fortunate enough. Shannon Maridi. I'm an inclusion teacher in South Richmond. Virtual learning has some benefits and shown to be helpful in a number of ways, but the cons far outweigh the pros. Virtual instruction takes a ton more preparation than in-person learning. Every little detail must be addressed, and once you think you have addressed them, 100 more details come about. The day is also very long for my students, those with IEPs. They have a harder time remaining focused and on task. They are usually inattentive by the 1 o'clock hour. Lastly, because of virtual learning, they have difficulty navigating links for instruction. Is there a more simplified approach for virtual learning for our students, families, and teachers? Catherine Cannon. First, thank you. The job RPS has done with getting students and families prepared has been stellar. Second, I do feel the length of the virtual school day for K-2 is too long. A shorten, especially for kindergarten, is most important to me at this time. Grace Flanagan. I'm contacting you to speak on the length of the school day in Richmond Public Schools. The day is very long for staff and students alike to sit in front of a computer. Children are constantly asking when is break or when is the day over. My class personally is very sweet and comes in with enthusiasm, participating as much as they can, but I honestly have the same questions in my head that they speak out loud. I personally had soreness, stiffness in my neck, shoulder, upper back from the end of the first week until the second week of school. It seems somewhat counterproductive if students are ready to be in school and learn, but tired from being in front of the computer all day. Please consider a shortened day where students could possibly do more asynchronous work so that they can pace themselves and not be bound to certain extended time in front of the computer. Jessica Parker. I am writing today concerning the virtual schedule for my third grade child. While overall I have little complaints about the schedule thus far, I just saw the potential amended schedule and I am furious. Parents and teachers alike have called on the board to reduce the screen time for these students, and it appears that your resolution is to cut back the lunch time that was allotted previously. This is absolutely absurd. The notion that 40 minutes is long enough for lunch and recess, and coupled with the only other scheduled break of 10 minutes, is a slap in the face to the argument at hand. Offering only 10% of their day and break should be criminal. My child comes to work with me, where I have spent the last 3 weeks restructuring my entire day to accommodate the current schedule, specifically the lunch break, and now I will possibly be forced to attempt to reschedule again. Why? The changes that need to be made need to be done within the blocks that were allocated as school time, not the breaks. The idea that Jennifer Sargent. I appreciate the changes that you are attempting to make in order to optimize the school schedule for our students. However, it still needs work. The day is simply too long for the kids to be online. My elementary school student seems to be faring okay, but because it seems there is more flexibility inherent in having one teacher set the pace for her day. My sixth grader is struggling. The day is not only too long overall, but the lunch break is too short. They need more than 30 minutes to get their lunch, eat it, and have time for a true break. Hopefully, with a little outdoor time, with fresh air, sunshine, and moving the body and unwinding the brain. I understand that recess is traditionally cut out in middle school, but we need to add this time back in during virtual learning for the good of their physical and mental health. The day is too intense and too screen heavy otherwise. There are serious biological implications to what we are forcing them to do here. Something has to give. I propose Meredith Thompson. Regarding the length of the virtual school day, school board members, if you cannot be focused long enough to leave on your cameras for 2 hours of public comment, how can you support our children being on Zoom calls for 6+ hours every day? Superintendent, the adjusted schedules being presented today are an insult to the overwhelming public comment last week. Your response to parents informing you that the virtual day is too long and unsustainable is to reduce lunch and recess time. Please be reasonable and end all group synchronous learning at lunchtime. Regarding the MOUs for childcare, it feels like opening the buildings for this reason after closing schools to keep students, teachers, and RPS staff safe would be an obvious transfer of risk to lower wage childcare workers. I understand there would be less children in the buildings. However, if this is deemed a safe option, why then not allow our most vulnerable students, L, SPED, etc., to have in-person school under the same model? The blatant inconsistency is astounding. Malachi Woods. I would like to keep the schedule we got now. Sarah McRae. I'm a teacher at John Marshall High School. In the last 2 weeks, the school schedule has been oppressive. The only saving grace we have is Wednesdays, where the morning classes are shortened and students complete asynchronous work. Asynchronous work should be completed outside of a time window. That is the literal definition of asynchronous. I implore you to schedule the school day synchronously before lunch and asynchronously after lunch. Students who need small group or office hours will use them. My students use Wednesdays responsibly and diligently. We are exhausting students, parents, and teachers. Anna Sickinger. I'm a third grade teacher in the East End. Looking at the adjusted schedule, it now appears that students have the same length of day, but now with fewer and shortened breaks. Why can't elementary end at the same time as we do throughout the year? When my 8-year-old students have 3 younger siblings done an hour before them, it becomes impossible to stay focused. It is frustrating that the small amount of time for teacher planning is now being stripped down as well. The work required to engage and create stimulating virtual lessons is grueling, and I love doing it, but it would be nice to be given more time to continue to do so. Danielle Rodamel. I would like to put in my opinion on the current proposed schedules. I believe we should adopt a schedule similar to our current Wednesday schedule so students can get all of their asynchronous learning before lunch and have the rest of the day to work. I believe this would be beneficial for students and their screen time. Matthew Kitchen. I would like to put in my opinion on the current and proposed schedules. I believe we should adopt a schedule similar to our Wednesday schedule so students can get all their synchronous learning before lunch and have the rest of the day to work. I believe this would be more beneficial for students in their screen time. Summer Gentry. Why are you adjusting it? I don't appreciate the lunch and recess being cut by 20 minutes. Don't take away the breaks. Mary Beth Murray. I have one child who attends Albert Hill, and her day is definitely too long with too many classes and a lot to keep up with. I support transitioning to the 4x4 schedule for middle school. My high schooler's schedule seems ideal, and I would rather not shorten the day because I think it will be hard for them to keep up with asynchronous work if they are allowed to make it up when they want. However, I understand if the change is needed for those students who work. I appreciate your willingness to consider changes as we have never done this before. Alyssa Kernick. Where are teachers considered in these new schedules? Again, we need shorter days with more hours for planning. I'm done spending all night preparing for the next day. The amount of hours on the computer will not change for my 3rd grade students, and we shouldn't have to beg for understanding. Teachers are struggling and we need to be heard. I'd rather keep the original schedule. Lauren West. When will our teachers be respected enough to have adequate time during the day to plan? Virtual learning is not easy, and planning for it is just as difficult. The new proposed schedule leaves 0 time to plan and more time teaching. I spend hours at night losing time with my family to plan. I listen to them having fun downstairs while I work. After working all day, we would have built-in planning during in-person teaching, so why are we not giving it for virtual? I'm very disappointed. Kristen Samantha. Please keep the schedule as is. As much as kids might struggle sitting in front of a computer hours on end, including my own, my child is still doing it. It is important for high school students to get the lessons taught by their teachers. There is not a good situation for math classes being asynchronous. Most online programs are very poor for math. There isn't a program that teachers have set up for kids as of yet. Edgenuity was a waste of time and terrible for math. There hasn't been any consistency yet for classes, and kids are needing to have the time to get used to the schedule. My son's teacher just started doing visual problems on the screen. For his IB history class, my child needs the time listening to the teacher or he won't pass the test at the end. Unless you have a specific program set for kids, you cannot change the class times. The classes must be run as it is unless videos by teachers will be made and posted. Honestly, you are playing.
Time.
Kylie Bochi. I'm a 6th grade sped teacher at RPS. I am in support of the new drafted adjustment for 6 to 8 schedule, 6 periods. The days in front of a screen have been long and hard for students and teachers. I believe a shorter day will help students stay engaged longer. Right now, around 2 p.m., most students are exhausted and have trouble staying engaged in our asynchronous learning, which then affects their asynchronous instruction and keeps them in front of the screen longer. I hope this schedule will create more meaningful instruction for students and give them a break away from the screen time. I feel for my students who are already talking about having headaches and their eyes hurting. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. James Wagner. I hate this draft schedule. It makes no sense for 9 to 12 grades. Why have kids go to block 1 asynchronous for 45 minutes and then block 2 for 45 minutes synchronous, and then back-to-back block 1 for asynchronous, then back-to-back block 2 for asynchronous, have lunch, and then do the same crazy thing for blocks 3 and 4 in the afternoon. It makes no sense. Why does synchronous and asynchronous have to be dictated for 9 to 12? Just block 1 hour and 30 minutes and then trust us professional teachers to decide what is best for their students. Maybe my students need more than 45 minutes of synchronous today, or maybe they don't need to hear me talk and would be better with a longer asynchronous assignment and less talk from time to time. Let me decide. I know my curriculum and I know my expectations based on my standards of learning are. Allow me with my experience, training, and professional insight to make the determination.
Time.
Erica Diaz. I'm floored. Somehow the drafted schedule managed to be worse than the original. As an elementary teacher, we need a schedule that is short and prioritizes small group instruction. Instead, the drafted schedule pushes small group instruction to the tail end of the day, and the day still lasts just as long as the original schedule. We need to set aside the new curricula and save them for face-to-face learning because they are not conducive to virtual learning. And that way we can really reach our students with plenty of small group time. Adam Tignor. I am writing to ask you to not make any changes to the daily K-5 schedule until after at least the first 9 weeks. Now is too soon. We are all still adapting. The students do not need a knee-jerk reaction based on feedback from those in most vocal opposition to it. My child is a kindergarten at Holton and has adapted far easier than we expected. He is most engaged during synchronous learning. He enjoys the 15-minute breaks and is able to eat snacks, take a screen break, and use the restroom. A 5-minute break is barely enough time for a restroom break. The current schedule gives his mom and I time to focus on work while he is in synchronous learning. I fear the lack of teacher time, which would end before noon, will result in many students having even more screen time as parents use their TV as a babysitter. As a kindergartner, our son is not able to read and therefore needs us to help with his asynchronous day, which we can't do until after work. If we are losing the afternoon teacher time, it will not result in an increase in asynchronous.
Time.
Cynthia DeCoza, I apologize. I am an RPS 3rd grade teacher. Looking at the new proposed schedules, I would encourage you not to move language arts small group work to the afternoon. All kids need this work and it is much more effective in the morning. It's the one time during this virtual day where I can really teach and work with children, not just manage them. We work on writing, discuss novels, and do the real work of educating our students at their level. Instead, move all encore interventions and personalized support to the afternoon, but keep small group language arts in the morning block. Proposal, 9:15 to 9:30, community circle, 9:30 to 10:50, EL, 10:50 to 11:50, math, 11:50 to 12:30 lunch, 12:30 to 1 science and social studies, 1 o'clock encore personalized support interventions. Thank you for your consideration. Lauren Delaney. I am just writing in behalf of my 8th grader at Albert Hill Middle School. We took a look at the proposed changes for Richmond Middle School schedules, and the 6-period adjusted schedule looked like it would help enormously. He says that block scheduling is great when they are actually in school, but thinks having shorter class time daily helps them while learning virtually. Hope this helps. Emily Hall. Below, please find my public comment. As the 5th grade ELA inclusion co-teacher, I'm concerned about the new proposed schedule's length of whole group instruction. My SPED students need short whole group lessons with grade level instruction. However, it is more valuable that they receive teacher-led synchronous learning time from myself and the SPED teacher. As scheduled in the current schedule. Small groups are where exceptional education students shine. They can try and fail and receive feedback from their teachers and peers. This new schedule does not give priority to small group work time, and this is inequitable to our most vulnerable students. I hope you consider the needs of these students when voting on new schedules. Mary Avula. I am a kindergarten teacher at Chimborazo Elementary, as well as a parent of 4 current RPS students. I wanted to thank you for the extraordinarily hard work you've done to launch us into this virtual education world this fall. You have overcome seemingly insurmountable barriers to propel us into the 2020 version of teaching and learning through this pandemic. I wanted to thank you tonight for soliciting input to our schedules and for making modifications based on the feedback you received. As a kindergarten teacher, I was extremely pleased to see that the proposed schedule dedicates the morning hours to synchronous whole group instruction, and our afternoon would be dedicated to small group instruction with asynchronous work time. I believe this altered schedule will offer us a framework which will be suitable for little ones, attention spans, and make sense for those supporting children at home or elsewhere. Obviously, no one schedule will please everyone, but I am sincerely.
Time.
Ms. Wilson, do you want to take over with the next one?
Okay,
It's Elijah Freeman.
thank you.
Thank you.
Elijah Freeman. I believe that the proposed schedule is a better option than the current one in use. However, I would like to propose that the students would have all the synchronous learning in the morning and would be able to complete asynchronous work in the afternoon. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my opinion. Charlisa Clark. My daughter Chelsea attends Lucille Brown Middle School. Her home school is MLK Junior. I am writing about the schedule for her grade level, 8th grade. Currently, I work at home every other week. Last week was my first week observing her virtual learning experience. I was surprised at the time Chelsea was in front of the screen and looking at a screen. She is sitting for almost as long as I work at my job. I do believe that this is too long. Chelsea also thinks this is too long. She is apprehensive about going back to the actual building for classes, but she would rather go if this is how her experience will be for the first quarter. Chelsea has been pretty diligent about doing her homework, but there are times where she is up until 10 p.m. trying to complete work. Homework gets completed after I arrive home, fix and have dinner, and she does have her other household responsibilities. Nicole Davis. I am a Southside parent with a preschooler at Summerhill and a kindergartner at Francis. While the proposed K-2 schedule is a move in the right direction in regards to reducing screen time, it may be overcompensating by ending at 11:50. I am concerned that in an effort to end earlier, it has reduced crucial movement breaks. I would recommend extending the morning session until at least noon so that the movement breaks can remain at least 10 minutes long. I also believe that keeping an hour-long lunch and recess is essential for students and teachers alike. If synchronous learning ran from 9:15 to 12, followed by lunch from 12 to 1, this would still allow ample time in the afternoon for rotating small group instruction and individualized support. While I love the addition of small group instruction, which is so important for teaching young children literacy, Cody Nystrom. We have a pod of 5 students in 2 different first grade classes and 2 different second grade classes. The hardest part to all of this is that everyone's online schedule is different, especially in the afternoon. It would work much better to have them participating online between 9 and 11:45 and be offline after lunch. I think it is too much to ask these kids to go back online for more screen learning in the afternoon. This just does not seem, they just do not seem to get a lot out of it. Maria Ramos. This comment is from a parent of an RPS 5th grader. While I cannot address the revised schedule for younger children, the revised schedule would not be an improvement for my 5th grader. It seems to reduce the teacher's flexibility in terms of balancing synchronous and asynchronous time for each subject throughout the day, and then leaves a large block of time at the end of the day when students are to be working on their own. I'm not sure that this is a reasonable assumption about what students this age are capable of. While the original schedule has its drawbacks, for quality learning and teacher check-ins with students, the original schedule seems better than the proposed draft one. While I recognize there is no one ideal schedule that fits all teachers, families, and students, we would prefer the original schedule for our fourth grader. Thanks. Brooke Pega, love the K2 schedule change. They needed a break in that morning chunk. What about pre-K? Andrea Impson, I have watched the school board meetings since COVID first started. I have watched every one of you get agitated and squirmy if the meeting lasts longer than 2.5 hours, certainly 3 hours. Often there's a lot of mental processing needed in addition to paying attention and the long sitting time. Given this fact, put yourself in the teacher's place. Imagine us teachers sitting from 8:30 to 4:20 with various student issues, questions, technology issues, having to teach and maneuver with multiple screens, devices, applications. Imagine doing this 4 days a week. And who are we kidding? An additional 2 or 3 hours of screen time each day for virtual lesson, prep, grading, phone calls, and meetings. It's too much. Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 12 is synchronous, and after lunch is only asynchronous. This is the only reasonable option. The headaches, backaches. Cynthia Mankus, I am a collaborative third grade teacher at Carver Elementary. I have worked with RPS for more than 30 years, and I couldn't imagine teaching anywhere else. I love this city, and I continue to hope that I can inspire beautiful little people to go places with a strong education. I have worked harder this year than any other of my 33 or 34 years of teaching. It is exhausting to keep children who are living in homes filled with noise, distractions, and lack of quiet workspaces. The draft schedules that I glanced at obviously were not developed by any teachers actually teaching a class of 18 students. We are trying our best, but the task is so much greater. I'm not looking for a free ride and easy paycheck. I'm just looking to have a schedule that is conducive to engaging students in group instruction for 30 minutes and then working with a small group of learners for another 30 to 45 minutes per core subject. Sarah Hall, we just saw the release of the rough draft new schedule, and this is absolutely horrible. This seems as though no changes have been made besides making the students' breaks even shorter. Where is the time countdown on not being on the screen the entire day? Even with the students getting off at 12, they are still expected to return back for small groups. Where's the break away from the computer for the teachers? When are we supposed to be able to plan for all of the small group and individualized support that is in this schedule? Speaking for the teachers, I do not think it is fair to have them continue to use hours every evening to prepare to do what feels like an impossible task. Some of these teachers are wives, husbands, fathers, and mothers, but even if they were single with no kids, RPS does not have the right to demand this much of teachers' personal time. The or Encore does not address teachers' needs for planning time. Brittany Flippin, I am writing as a high school Spanish teacher concerned about the current schedule. I believe it would be most beneficial for students to have back-to-back synchronous time in the morning and asynchronous time after lunch. I believe this would cut down on screen time, allow students a nice break during lunch, and also accommodate students who need to work in the afternoon. This proposed new draft still creates a 9 to 4 school day, which is too much for students. Teachers, students, and parents are already beginning to burn out, and we are only getting into week 3. I fear warn the current schedule, this is not sustainable. I love this job more than anything, but I can feel the stress, fatigue, and burnout beginning to creep in. This is not for lack of effort on anyone's part, but with a current schedule that just doesn't seem fully sustainable. Thank you. Sharice Connor, my daughter attends Lucille Brown. Honestly, I can tell that y'all are trying to keep students and staff safe from COVID-19, but online school is very stressful for students and even some parents. The hours seem longer, they get assigned large amounts of work. It's harder for my daughter to work online because she feels that it is easier for her to work in person, not because she wants to go back to school. It's just better for her learning. I have to work a lot, so I can't really monitor her like I want to, but teachers can't really know if the students are cheating in assignments or tests. I really want the kids to go back to school because it benefits my daughter's learning, and it's just better. They didn't take SOLs last year, so how would that work this year? Will they be going back to school second semester? Hoping they do. Angela Cosby. I am a kindergarten teacher who teaches at a South Side school. Our day needs to be shortened. There is no educational value in having teachers and students stare at a computer screen for over 6 hours each day, starting with a 2-hour and gradually increasing the hours over time would be the most ideal option. Karen Call. After reviewing the new schedule proposal, it appears as though the majority of parents who spoke on reducing the school day to half days ideally were not heard. We threw out many suggestions, and not one of those shortened lunch, recess, and small breaks to make up for the mere 30-minute reduction in the day. If the sacrifice of break time is going to be made by the children, it should indeed pay off in the form of a 12 or 12:30 release. They are already enduring so much. The request for shorter days was made because no children should be staring at a screen that long, much less the littles in K2. Additionally, the ability to focus in the afternoon will continue to be a problem. Reducing to small groups isn't going to fix that. They are exhausted at that point. Though I appreciate your efforts, I respectfully ask that you reconsider going to half days. Jeannie Boker. After reviewing the new schedule proposal, it appears as though the majority of parents who spoke on reducing the school day to half days ideally were not heard. We threw out many suggestions, and not one of those shortened lunch recesses and small breaks to make up for the mere 30-minute reduction of the day. And this is just like the one before it.
Yes.
Allison Little. I am the parent of a first grader at Fox in the Spanish immersion program, and I feel that when everyone is on together and participating together, he gets the most out of it and the most joy. Not sure how much shorter live classes would be, but for a child his age, engagement is very important, especially while learning core subjects in Spanish, and he gets to see his friends while learning and feeling like he's connected to his school building. It's the independent work that can be distracting. It's one thing to have more independent work when the kids this age are in class. It's another when they are at home and distracted by more things. Thank you for your time and consideration. Jennifer Harlow. The draft schedule only shortened lunch and took 30 minutes off the day. 5- and 6-year-olds are getting headaches, crying, and falling asleep in the afternoons. Henrico and Chesterfield end at 12:30 or 1 and 2:30 is too long. Please shorten the day like other districts. Asynchronous is not going well for young kids with guardians who are not experienced with computers, particularly families working through a language barrier. Making the afternoon more asynchronous is not the solution and alienates English learners. Asynchronous learning is an equity issue. Young kids without serious tech support at home are not having success with accessing asynchronous activities. Making the whole afternoon asynchronous is unfair to these students. Lauren McAdams. As a third grade teacher in the 5th district and resident of the 4th district, I am disappointed by the attempted modifications of the schedule for grades 3 to 5. The adjusted schedule is not a positive adjustment. It is the exact same end time, less lunch and recess time for students, same lack of teacher planning time, and now includes more work because it will require teachers to separate the language arts block into both morning and afternoon sessions. I wholeheartedly agree that modifications need to be made to the existing schedule. However, it seems as though the concerns expressed by educators and families across this school system have failed to be heard. As a teacher, this proposed adjusted schedule will actually just be more difficult for my students who are still adapting to the length of our current schedule. Our current schedules are less strenuous and counterintuitive than the one proposed. Please consider shortening the school day. Julia Bashor. I'm a fourth grade teacher writing with feedback on the proposed 3 to 5 schedule change. While it is an improvement over the initial schedule, it seems that this one eliminates more of the students' lunch, recess, and humanities time, which is not ideal considering that time gives them a break from the screen. While the new schedule is a step in the right direction, in my opinion, it still needs adjustment. Thank you for all your hard work and for listening to our concerns. Whitney Watson. I pulled my daughter from RPS because the schedule did not work for us without hiring a full-time assistant to stay with my child at home while I go to work every day. I'm a realtor and have another part-time job. If I have to show a house at 10 a.m., then my child will have to come with me. She also comes with me to the office Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. If we did virtual RPS, she would be missing class during our drive to and from work and when I have to show houses. We selected a curriculum called ABECA, which is video based with at-home work for my child to also complete. We can easily work it around our schedule. We can do school in the afternoon or evening if I had to work in the morning or afternoon that day. Could RPS not incorporate pre-recorded lessons for parents who work to have the flexibility to complete them on their own time? And then could the teachers Cynthia Green, I am writing to you today about the proposed change in the elementary school schedule. The proposed schedule does not reflect the teachers' and parents' concerns and comments to you since the beginning of the school year. The day is too long for our students. After lunch, we lose many of the students, and those that do come back are tired of the screens. They are tired of sitting and watching a computer screen. As a teacher, I can tell you I am so fatigued at the end of the day, and I understand that I have more time on a computer to just get ready for the next day. I have watched parents and grandparents struggle to get their child to the classwork page or really anywhere we need them to go, and their frustration is evident and so disheartening. I feel so bad for all involved. The day has to be shorter. We must let these children move and be away from technology. In addition, making a break Sa'at Mun. As educators, we should be experts on best practices for education. There is no way that this current schedule can be considered as best practice for education. First and foremost, we are going against research that shows children should not be on screen for more than 2 hours. Educators teach students to be critical thinkers and support their argument with research. Right now, we're not setting a good example for our children when we are expecting students to be on for more than 6 hours a day without any regards to research. Also, education in brick and mortar should look different from remote learning. We should be willing to accept that and make accommodations accordingly, not trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. More importantly, our students are suffering from lack of technology support for various reasons, not enough exposure, lack of knowledge, lack of tech, etc. Ann Banton. As a high school teacher on the north side, I have now had over 2 weeks to consider the best schedule for our students. The current schedule length keeps students chained to their computers for the entire day and allows them very little time for breaks and rest. The proposed 9 to 12 schedule still keeps students on the computer all day. The Wednesday schedule would allow students to independently complete asynchronous work after face-to-face meetings and also provide them a healthy amount of time off the computers. As a teacher, I am also computer fatigued by the end of the day and spend well into the night working and planning for instruction. The nature of the current schedule does not provide teachers any lengthy planning time that does not also have to double as time to help individual students. I am urging the school board members to reconsider this schedule for the mental health of both students and teachers. Thank you. Brooke Kassan. As a fourth grade teacher in the 5th district and resident of the 2nd district, I am disappointed by the attempted modifications of the schedule for grades 3 to 5. The adjusted schedule is not a positive adjustment. It is the exact same end time, same lack of teacher planning time, and now includes more work because it will require teachers to separate the language arts block into both morning and afternoon sessions. I wholeheartedly agree that modifications need to be made to the existing schedule. However, it seems as though none of the concerns expressed by educators and families across the school system were taken into consideration. As a teacher, this proposed adjusted schedule will actually just be more difficult for my students who are still adapting to the length of our current schedule. To be clear, I am a strong proponent of a longer history and science block. However, it is unfair and immoral to get that longer block. Jason Roberts. I am in my 6th year of teaching with all being in RPS, and I would have it no other way. Virtually teaching has its challenges, as we all know, and after a few weeks in, it is becoming apparent that the amount of screen time is taxing to our students and our teachers. The goal of education isn't passing an SOL or getting straight A's. It is creating lifelong learners who have the tools to succeed in our world as we know it today. My ask is that we look into adjusting our screen time and balance it with more asynchronous work in blocks. The Wednesday schedule is a great starting point and would be able to be utilized all week, with teachers being available in the afternoon to assist students as needed. RPS has led the way during this pandemic, and we need to continue this and adjust as we move forward with our virtual learning. Andrea Skarzinski. After reviewing the proposed schedule adjustments, I think the high school schedule requires too much bouncing back and forth with students. Many of our students struggle with the schedule now, and it seems like the new schedule would be a little more confusing. In my opinion, students would do better with a schedule that has all of their synchronous time blocked in the morning and the asynchronous time blocked in the afternoon. This would also allow teachers more time to do planning and grading during the workday in the afternoons. The newly proposed schedule takes away a lot of time throughout the day to squeeze in planning, materials creation, and grading. Many of my colleagues and myself are staying up well past 1 a.m. trying to prepare for the next day's lesson. Currently, when our school day ends around 4, we have to tend to our families, take care of other responsibilities, and then get back to work around 9 until the early hours of the morning. Benjamin Mock. I am the music teacher at Chimborazo Elementary in the East End. I wanted to bring up a number of concerns that I have about the proposed schedule for our school day. 1, teachers simply do not have enough time planning. As the music teacher, I am not based in a homeroom, so I only hear about the work that classroom teachers have to do. They are claiming that too much of their time is being spent planning outside of work hours, and this is affecting their family lives at home negatively and adding to the stresses that are brought upon by work already. As a music teacher who plans for asynchronous lessons, I am also finding that I have no time during the normal workday to create what I need to for the week. I am expected to have a lesson per grade level prepared in a 6-day rotation for music, and making one lesson alone takes hours of my time. I have to create videos along with the lesson that students are expected to watch. Michelle Booker. First off, thank you all for your time and hard work. This is only feedback, no complaints. I am so happy our schools are full virtual and all about safety and spreading love. My daughter is an 8th grader at Benford. I also have a son at Holton. My main concern is after six-ish hours, she is then doing 2 to 3 hours of homework. That is too much screen time. I am hoping the new schedule would include time during the day to complete homework, or if there has to be additional homework, to give her books to read, but no more screen time after school. It is important to all kids' physical and mental health that this is limited and they have time to get outside to exercise, etc. The new schedule doesn't clarify this. Also, given a full of no instruction instead of a half would mean they have that day to work. Shannon Spicer, I want to reach out and say that I appreciate Richmond Public Schools for their hard work and dedication to our students. Noticing that there needs to be a change and allotting time to make changes to our schedule. It's so appreciated. But after reviewing the new schedule, all I see is a 1 hour difference for our younger K2 students and a shorter lunch. That to me is not progress or a change. These students at the young ages of 5, 6, and 7 are being asked to sit in front of a computer screen with 2 5-minute breaks that to me is not healthy. Also, the 3 to 5 schedule does not change at all when you think of it from a time perspective. Students just get a shorter lunch. I'm really disappointed that this is what is being proposed. I do not agree with this new schedule and hope some further adjustments can be made. I know of Henrico schools that are starting early, 7:30 to 8 a.m. and ending around 1. Ariana Tricky. I am a 3rd grade teacher in the 5th district and a resident of the 2nd district, and I am exhausted. After the last school board meeting, we were feeling hopeful that RPS would be modifying the schedule to support teachers, families, and students. Upon reviewing the draft schedule, I am extremely disappointed. The updated 3 to 5 schedule is actually worse than our current schedule. I don't understand how a reduction in break time, lunchtime, and math time with the day still ending at 3:30 does anything to address our concerns. If I am going to continue working well beyond my contract hours to create appropriate virtual instruction materials, since I have next to no provided planning, I'd rather do it with the old schedule. Thank you. Tamalea Piggott, I would like to try the new schedule even though it is a little confusing. Marshawn Vega, I'm a student at John Marshall High School and I would like the Wednesday schedule because you get out early. Ramaya Whitlow, I attend John Marshall High School. I would love for school to end at 1. James Goldbold, I like the drafted one more than the one now. Jasmine Jones, I go to John Marshall High School. I enjoy doing this online school thing, but I think it's too long. We're on a screen for 7 hours, which isn't good for your eyes and leads to headaches. I think we should be like Wednesdays, half day, and after being online for a couple of hours, we could do asynchronous. Cheyenne Holmes, I would like the schedule to look like a Wednesday. It's better on my day, and it's like a normal day at school and not an added 2 hours. Melodis Castellanos and family, we attend George Wythe High School and J.L. Francis Elementary School. We support the new schedule. It would benefit both my daughters, for my oldest for her work schedule, and my youngest to reduce screen time. We support the new schedule. Aria Thomas, I would like to inform you of my opinion. I believe that our current Wednesday schedule is flexible and easy to remain balanced for my classwork and lessons also. Thank you. Stuart Hamsberger, please consider a schedule for high schools that will move all of the synchronous time to the morning, creating back-to-back 45-minute classes ending at 12 p.m. This will allow for real flexibility and will give our students a chance to get off their screens and complete their work when they are able to. The proposed draft revision to the schedule only complicates the day and does not provide enough relief from screen time. Thanks. Jason Alley, our daughter Mary is a kindergartner at Chimborazo Elementary. We feel like the longer synchronous blocks are very challenging for the little guys. 20-minute blocks with 5 to 10-minute movement or snack break helps. Also, reducing the lunchtime can make it difficult to get to lunch pickup spots, eat, and get back on the computer. The end of the day is currently listed as either synchronous or asynchronous learning. Perhaps going to asynchronous learning to let the kids and guardians gauge their ability to engage in real time would help. Our daughter was totally fried by the time Friday rolled around. Either the days should be done on computers earlier every day, or there should be thought given to a 4-day schedule. We've noticed that our senior and junior in high school are having a very difficult time spending this much time on screens. It's just way too much for the little guys. Antonia Vassar. Our child is a second grader at Fisher Elementary and in the South Side. His teacher, Mrs. Golden, is a gem. Mrs. Golden's engagement and empathy for the children shine through, and her experience as an educator is evident even despite the challenges of the virtual learning situation. The proposed new schedule is still too long and does not provide long enough breaks or enough teacher planning time. We are in the middle of a global pandemic. The school system is trying to operate under pre-pandemic guidelines for instructional time. This is unrealistic, and families should be encouraged to have their children participate in as much or as little of the online instruction as is appropriate for their particular child. No matter what happens with the schedule, there will be a massive amount of catching up required when schools return to in-person instruction. The children are already operating at least Sierra Hutchinson. This school year is a strange one, a learning experience for us all. I wanted to give a quick summary of how I think it's going so far in my household, as well as things that I think needs to be revamped. I am a single mother of 3 RPS students, all attending 3 different schools. Their grades are 7th, 6th, and K. Schedule, while I have no complaints on start time, the time school ends is ridiculous. The day needs to be shorter. I think there should only be 4 days with online classes ending no later than 3:15. Wednesdays should be completely independent learning. 2, amount of work. My 7th grader has been assigned way more work than she would have during regular school, and more than 3 assignments due in a day outside of classwork. This Elliot Haspel. I am the parent of an Obama Elementary kindergarten student. I am writing today to fully support the administration's efforts to shorten the school day, particularly for younger students, and to thank you, the superintendent, and his team for all the hard work under impossible circumstances. Although her teacher is wonderful, my daughter has regularly been ending the day with headaches or otherwise displaying dysregulated behavior as a result of being attached to a screen for far too long. As an early childhood policy expert, I want to remind everyone that developmentally speaking, early childhood is the period from birth to age 8, not age 5. We would not think it appropriate to have a 4-year-old on a screen from 9 to 3 with few breaks, and the brain does not magically transition at age 5 or 6 to make that length. Sarah Hendricks. I am a parent of a kindergartner and a first grader at Holton Elementary. My first grader is having such a great year so far. She can't get enough time with her wonderful teacher and classmates. My kindergartner was shy in the beginning, but has really warmed up to her amazing teacher and is having so much fun too. I have heard parents say that screen time is not best practice for children. I agree that it is not best practice for children. Nothing during a pandemic is best practice for anyone. Social distancing, school on the computer, mask wearing, etc. None of it is normal or best practices, but we have had to do what works to get through this. I look forward to the day we can return to in-person school, but only when it is safe. I have also heard and continue to hear that the school day is too long for K-2. The in-person school schedule Case and bond, this year is going to be especially hard for the students. We were talking about this in class, and my teacher has suggested that we do a block schedule or like an A-B day schedule, and everybody in my class liked the idea, so I wanted to email you about it. Thanks. Robin Keegan, I am a teacher in RPS. I am very concerned about the updated schedule that the district is presenting to the board tonight. This schedule seems worse than the schedule we are currently working in. The schedule is not student-centered. The schedule does nothing to limit the amount of time on the computer for students. I am not sure the district really understands the large challenges this schedule is presenting for students and teachers. Students in different age groups are having different sets of issues. For younger children, larger groups of children are much more difficult to manage in a virtual classroom. Length of time on the computer, even with the brain breaks, is exhausting. Moving kids from synchronous to asynchronous learning is a challenge on the Google Classroom platform. Monitoring written classwork, whole group response is almost impossible, and it is incredibly challenging to get students to come back after lunch. They are wiped out, we are wiped out. Ariana Angeles, I am a first grade teacher writing to you all regarding the online schedule. I am enjoying the students learning the computer until the early afternoon, but I am simply disheartened that the board would propose a small group time, meaning the kids would have to log back in for almost 2 more hours a day. And with a shorter resource time, lunch and breaks, time on the computer for teachers is even more. The kids are exhausted, parents are exhausted, teachers are exhausted. I know you have to do right as far as time learning and time teaching for us, but this is simply not what we are looking for as a district. Caitlin Waldron, it's almost as if you don't listen to what teachers are telling you. How is the middle school adjustment going to get more students to log on? Again, as stated last week, more attendance on Wednesday schedules. Teachers are looking elsewhere for work. Chesterfield is making a shortened workday. Keeping tabs on your teachers who are working 16-hour days is going to have you end up with not enough subs and no one in the classrooms when we return. Elementary teachers must not matter to you at all. When are they supposed to plan and prepare? We are a district from 40 years ago trying to catch up on the times. These teachers are prepping 5 different things, and yet they don't get a planning period. Overworked and underpaid and overwatched. RPS, do better before there's no one left. Donasia Daniels, I am concerned about the time we get out of school. If we are in school, we would get out at 2:45. Why are we getting out late now? And sometimes I get out later than that because of my teacher, and I really have things to do and I can't wait. School being so long now. Tayana Burrell, I feel like school should be let out more early. We get tired of sitting in front of a computer for most of the day, and it gets tiring. Plus, it's some kids that has jobs. Andrea Taylor, I teach exceptional education at Albert Hill Middle School. Upon reviewing the updated schedule proposal, I feel great disappointment. The schedule shortens our time for planning, but adds another period for individualized instruction that needs planning. This schedule takes away time to plan for something else that needs planning. Individualized support is being offered to students currently in the time allotted in the class for asynchronous work. If a student needs additional assistance, they stay on the line and receive the help they need. 20 minutes less in the official schedule does not mean less screen time. It will essentially add more screen time to compensate for the loss of planning and the addition of another synchronous period. Please consider the addition of a day dedicated to morning synchronous with afternoon asynchronous time, like Wednesdays. Students are tired, teachers are tired. Jamie Denise, this new proposed schedule will now have my first graders sitting for hours with 2 5-minute breaks. Her lunch recess will now be reduced by 20 minutes. I don't understand how this schedule is supposed to be better. The length of the day hasn't been addressed. Aaron Willis, I am an exceptional education teacher at a middle school in Southside. The drafted schedules do not address the needs of our students. Shortening the school day by 20 minutes doesn't adequately limit the amount of screen time for teachers or students, nor does it provide an opportunity for individualized instruction. Students should be afforded more asynchronous learning time, while teachers host drop-in hours to help students who need assistance. We are being afforded the opportunity to rethink education. We should be allowing for more flexibility for students rather than focusing on seat time. Melody Jacobs, I would like to put in my opinion on the current and proposed schedules. I believe we should adopt a schedule similar to our current Wednesday schedule so students can get all of their synchronous learning before lunch and have the rest of the day to work asynchronously. Teachers should be available for office hours until the end of the school day for students that need additional assistance. I believe this would be more beneficial for students and their screen time. Tiffany Gilreath, my son is a sixth grader at Albert Hill Middle School. In regards to the new proposed schedule, I like the proposed options, especially the sixth period. I did have some questions. In the fourth period block schedule, would the children lose their electives? And if so, how will this impact next year? For example, if career investigations is not completed. My other question is, would Wednesdays continue to be a half day? Or if we move to a shorter schedule, would that change? Stephanie West, before voting on the salary scale for assistant principals, discussion needs to be held on the disparity between the current pay grades, 128 to 130, with the new grades 128 through 130, 128.1 through 130.1. The higher the step goes, those on the .1 grades are being paid less per year than on the old grade. Even if they are moved to higher steps this year, the disparity will increase each year. Example, the new scale for pay grade 129.1, step 13, shows a decrease of $2,173 from step 129. Does this mean those on step 13 will be moved to step 16 so they will not suffer a pay decrease? At step 36, the difference is $13,218 less on the new scale. Under position title definitions, Cara Stubb, I am very disappointed. The proposed changes on board docs are unacceptable. They do not improve the virtual school day. In some ways, I think they may be worse and at best just as difficult. When viewing the proposed changes, I feel that the RPS administration has not listened to parents and educators asking for the synchronous and asynchronous portions of the school day to be separated so that students and families can have more flexibility and improve learning for all students. Teachers need more time to develop their online lessons and work with students who need one-to-one and small group support. I see and hear many students, not just my child, having so much more difficulty with engaging in lessons and learning after 1 p.m. Exhaustion and stress also become issues in the afternoon. There are so many benefits to adjusting the schedule in this way for everyone. Naquasia Snyder, I attend John Marshall. I would like Wednesday's schedule because I like to be done all at once and by 12, so I won't have to keep logging on and logging off. Lauren Matthew, as I was reviewing the proposed schedule change for K2, I really did not see much change in screen time for the students. In fact, there seemed to be less time built in for breaks and time away from screens than in the current schedule. I am a second grade teacher in the East End, and our students need less time on the computer overall, not just synchronous and asynchronous learning time moved around with no change to the amount of screen time. Another large concern I have is that there is still not enough teacher planning time built into the schedule, and the proposed schedule change did nothing to address this issue. We as teachers are trying our absolute hardest to make this a good and successful school year for our students. But as we all know, these are unprecedented times, which means we desperately need more time dedicated to planning built into our schedule in order to make this year successful for our students. Jaleesa Price, as I was reviewing the proposed schedule for K2, I really did not see much change in screen time for students. This also appears to be a duplicate. Amelia John, I am for the new schedule where school ends at 2:40. My reasoning for that is that a lot of kids have gotten jobs or started work for themselves, and it is hard and dangerous to work from 5 to 10 or 5 to 12 at night. If we were to get out earlier, people can then get better and earlier hours and still have time when they come home to do homework without feeling too overwhelmed. Thank you for reading. Ramaya Whitlow, I attend John Marshall and I would like for school to end at 1 p.m. so I can have time to sleep before work and more time doing work. Omar Rivera Santiago, I would like to put in my opinion about this new imposed schedule. This schedule makes it hard for people with jobs. I like the Wednesday schedule due to the fact that we meet with all teachers, get all basic needs, and you still get all the work. The teachers are all still available for questioning, and everything will benefit all students. Deandra Young, I am a student at John Marshall. I agree to the change of the schedules, and I feel it gives students more time to complete their asynchronous work. Thank you for your consideration. Judith Waynes, I am a student at John Marshall High School. I don't think the schedule should change because I'm used to this schedule and it's beneficial for me to be able to work on my classwork after every class. Thank you for your consideration. Montasia Crew, I am a student at John Marshall High School. I really think the schedule that we have now is okay. We need our teacher for the first 30 minutes and then do it by ourselves. I really think that we should do our normal school hours from 6 until 2 is much better. Our schedule now is just fine. It's a lot in between if we go with the schedule. Thank you for your consideration. Jasmine Johnson, I am a student at John Marshall High School. My thought concerning the schedule is that we should keep the schedule we have. Although if you were to vote to change the schedule, I would suggest having all synchronous learning back to back and then leaving students to do asynchronous work. This would give students some freedom and time off their laptops, but also teaches them about time management. For example, from 9:15 a.m. to 1:15, that would consist of synchronous learning and then asynchronous for the rest of the day. After synchronous learning, teachers should be available for emails from students. Arjan Clark, I am a student at John Marshall. I feel like we should keep the regular schedules because I already know my schedule, and if you switch it so soon, it's going to be confusing for everyone. Thank you for your consideration. Cassie Powell, the Legal Aid Justice Center commends Superintendent Cameras and his administration for the significant edits to this year's score draft. We believe these changes will be beneficial to ensuring students are not pushed out of school for minor behaviors and represent an important step in mitigating the school-to-prison pipeline in RPS. We ask the board to approve this draft of score and continue to develop additional policies and practices, including continued edits to score, to ensure students can remain in school rather than be pushed out. In particular, we appreciate the removal of a short-term suspension as a response in Level 2 and the removal of a long-term suspension as a response in Level 3, as well as the removal of mandatory reassignment to alternative education placement for certain offenses, page 34 of the 9/2020 score draft. Kivanta Ingram, I am contacting you to voice my opinion and concern regarding the proposed class schedule that is being voted on. I believe the double session method that is being considered is a bit counterintuitive. By having the asynchronous sessions after a single class, the students will have time to converse with their instructors with ease if they have any questions, since the instructors and the students can stay in the video chat. While in contrast, if we were to have two classes back to back, the instructors will have a bit of difficulty trying to assist the first and second class simultaneously. Thank you for your patience and consideration. Stay safe. Wenda Thompson. I am a teacher at John Marshall High School. Teaching virtually for the last 2 weeks of school has been nothing short of exhausting because of the amount of screen time required for students and teachers. My eyes hurt every day at the end of the day from being on a computer for 9+ hours a day through planning, assignment creation, and grading assignments in addition to teaching. If we are to reduce the amount of screen time, creating a schedule with similar amounts of asynchronous time where students still have to be on the computer defeats the purpose of that reduction. I would prefer that we adopted a schedule that looked more like Wednesday, where we utilize office hours for students who need assistance. I implore you to schedule the school day synchronously before lunch and asynchronously after lunch. Students who need small group or office hours will use them. My students use Wednesday's responsibility and diligently. Alyssa Darling, thank you, RPS school board members, for offering this opportunity for feedback regarding the proposed changes to the schedule. I am a parent of a 5th grader at Chimborazo Elementary School, and these are just a few of my musings on the proposed changes to the 3rd through 5th grade schedule. There needs to be more built-in break time. As an adult who worked in front of computers for extended periods of time, I would give myself a break for 10 minutes every hour I was on a computer. This would allow me to stretch my legs, get some water, go to the bathroom, give my eyes a rest, and give my brain a moment to rest. From what I see in the schedule, the kids will only have a 10-minute break in the entire morning. I don't know any child that has the discipline to maintain that level of meaningful engagement with the teacher or material. I strongly feel this is an unrealistic Kamaya Fleming. The new schedule I just saw, I really don't like it. The schedule we got already, I got used to it, and I was just wondering if we can keep it the same. I would like to know if we can go to school on Tuesday and Thursday and do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We do the work on the computer. I just feel like it's a lot on us, and we need to have time to yourself. With y'all, this on us, it's just too much on us. Miriam Thomas, I do not feel that the new draft is any better in any form. It still puts teachers and students in the same time frame as the current schedule. The day is too long. Changing from having small groups in the morning to the afternoon isn't changing the length of the day. Please review the schedule Henrico County is using. Both of my children attend school there, and their schedule is on point. I can provide it for you if that helps. Emily Dalton. There is no learning without our teachers. They need more planning time to create effective synchronous and asynchronous lessons. Please engage with them about schedule changes and their needs. Happy teachers mean happy students, which means happy parents. Thank you. Christian Lewis. This is a student from John Marshall High School, and I'm complaining about the school time. It's pointless to be in school from 9 to 4. Once we get out, all our energy is drained. People are going to go to sleep, then be woke all night, then be tired the next day. Thank you. Sarah Barbrand, why are we voting on a schedule change at only 2 weeks in? Changes and challenges are hard at 2 weeks. 4 weeks a little easier, 6 weeks even easier. There hasn't even been enough time to properly assess what does and does not work. Please give the kids, teachers, and parents a chance to settle in and gather more data. I am speaking to the elementary school schedule changes only. With a shortened synchronous day, who then is responsible for the completion of independent work for children who are not independent? The parent guardian trying to work from home, the parent guardian who has to leave the house because he or she is an essential worker, the family member or friend who is trying to help out, the daycare. Could this lead to further inequities that we all want narrow? Some of these children have been more isolated than others since March. Some of these children are starving. Tashia Buster, I have 3 kids in the 4th, 8th, and 10th grade. We live in the South Side. As is, the schedule needs to change. Looking at the proposed schedule still requires students to be on the computer for long hours. Books were not given to my 10th graders, so asynchronous learning still requires a lot of screen time. My 8th grader is already doing hours of homework on the screen. This is a lot on her, and her joy of learning is diminishing. My 4th grader says things are going okay. There are a lot of technical issues going on, and I know it's beyond anyone's control. Please provide a schedule that shortens the time for everyone, students, teachers, and parents. Thanks. Ann Forrester. I am an RPS teacher, and I am asking that the superintendent and school board provide some clarity and either create and or communicate a set policy for dealing with attendance and truancy charges. How are truancy issues, especially in situations where legal charges are brought against a parent, being handled in this virtual situation? I am concerned since I know so many students and families are still unable to log into classes because they don't have a device or internet access. Is there discretion as to what absences are being kept on a student's record or being counted by an attendance worker? We know that our parents overwhelmingly want their kids to go to school. I want to avoid any actions on my part that would force Black and brown families to unnecessarily deal with the court system and law enforcement. Are you able to clarify how RPS, or the state for that matter, is mitigating this kind of undue burden? Tiffany Brown, regarding revisions to the current school schedule, please consider that 5-minute breaks are insufficient for kindergartners. My son needs a little more time in between 45 minutes to an hour class sessions. I do support a shorter day, but breaks are crucial. Also, please be mindful of the importance of ensuring teachers have proper planning time. My son's teacher is incredible and already working nights and weekends to manage everything. Thank you for your time and consideration. Ann Smedley, thank you for seeking our input. I spoke with some members of our team today about our concerns. 2 to 3 things that are working well. The G Suite of apps has provided a seamless interface with other apps we learned how to use in our training. I can't sing the praises enough. The technology training we received in pre-service really helped fill our virtual tool belts. The Ignite sessions have been helpful with building rapport and bridging the internet divide. However, our students are hitting a wall with screen fatigue, and we are quickly losing buy-in from them. We think a condensed synchronous schedule, one where all 4 meetings are back-to-back, would fare better for our students and us. Honestly, we teachers need the afternoons for office hours, planning for quality instruction, grading, and parent communication. While we are Megan Crow, I am writing to express my concern for the proposed revision of the K-5 schedule. This schedule does not alleviate a substantial amount of screen time for students. Interestingly, time was condensed where it should not have been. The K-12 ELA synchronous block only allows for 30 minutes of instruction. EL includes a K2 module and skills block, which means 2 separate whole group lessons, while 3 to 5 only includes a module lesson, yet the 3 to 5 block was extended. The clear need for additional teacher planning time is also disregarded. The adoption of 2 new curricula, compounded with virtual learning and mandatory district PDs on some Wednesdays, eliminates much needed preparation time. This is putting our teachers last and has left them feeling undervalued, overwhelmed, and disrespected. At the very least, I am asking you to consider Brianna Fitzgerald. I feel that we should have blended time with all our classes until 12:25 p.m. and the rest we could do asynchronous learning. First block 9:15 to 10, second block 10:10 to 10:55, third block 11 to 11:45, and fourth block 11:50 to 12:25. Myra Signer and Abby Kinnebrew, thank you for the ongoing work to reopen with love. As the parents of a first grader, we continue to be amazed by the teachers and administration at Holton, as well as the RPS administration for their dedication during these times. So far, we have had a positive experience with first grade. We love our teacher, Miss Oliver, and encore teachers, and big shout out to Principal Dr. Hurt. Regarding the discussion about changes to the schedule, we feel more time is needed until additional changes are enacted. We have all only been in virtual school for 10 days. This is hardly enough time to get a sense of what the semester will really be like and seems rushed to make changes already. If and when you do make changes, we suggest flexibility such as allowing for either synchronous teacher facilitated afternoon sessions for families who prefer. William Robinson, as a concerned citizen and teacher, I would like to add comment to the ongoing issues in regards to virtual learning. There was a news story posted and then redacted a couple of weeks ago talking about RPS losing students. This is going to continue to be the case if the school days maintain an 8-hour day. Students are learning at home and have other responsibilities. Parents are working. Chesterfield has made an early release schedule work. School is out at 1. I have students who leave class early or tell me in advance they cannot attend afternoon classes because they must watch siblings so that parents can work. Why is it that RPS is only wanting to monitor teachers and aren't worried about the students? Jamie Haynes, as a working parent, my concern is leaving my child at home alone, especially since she has epilepsy. I will not allow her to return to school, daycare, or any facility that has multiple people in it until this virus is under control or gone. Multiple RVA employees are still contracting it, and I pray for them and their families. School hours are too long for Richmond City Schools, with both parents working day shift jobs that have no night shift to switch to. It has been extremely hard and has cut working hours tremendously. I do believe that our children need all the education they can get, but we also have to be able to keep our heads above water out here, especially those that do not have reliable family members or friends that can sit from 9 to 4, 5 days a week. I hope y'all take into consideration shortening the daily school time for all that hardworking parents out here. Allison Kaplan, I am an elementary school counselor here in RPS. First, I appreciate the great and daunting task it is to create a schedule that is satisfactory to everyone. Thank you for your efforts in taking public comment into consideration. While I have seen many comments advocating for shorter schedules, particularly for our younger students, I'd like to touch on consideration for the needs of our fantastic teachers. I have heard from many teachers that they are now working considerably longer hours during distance learning. Many teachers have echoed the same sentiments, that when they finally have time to step away from their workstations, they are exhausted and drained. While we do have guided curriculums, teachers have been working extensively to make sure their lessons are informative, engaging, and accessible for our students. Adapting lessons for online instruction, making assignments and other documents accessible virtually, and creating engaging content. Virginia Poveromo, I am a teacher at JL Francis and a resident of District 2. I was going to write about why we should shorten the length of our daily online instruction and the feedback I have received from parents sharing similar sentiments. Instead, I am going to use my time tonight asking the administration and the board to make a huge push to get our families and eligible students registered to vote. We spend 13 plus years teaching students about government and civics. The logical next step is to help them participate in the democratic process. I hope RPS is educating all high school students on how to register and how to organize registration drives if they are not 18. RPS should be partnering with organizations that can provide information to our families, many of whom are RPS alumni, on how to register and who is up and down the ballot. I have never read or heard anything about such efforts. Melanie Patterson. I have 2 children in RPS, a 5th grader and a 7th grader. My concerns about screen time and the length of the day are different for my 2 kids. My son is easily distracted on a computer and has a hard time disconnecting. I have the same problem. I am not sure that tweaking the schedule will change those issues. My 7th grader, however, gets migraines when she looks at a screen for a long time, and it is harder for her to complete assignments on screen than to complete the same assignment on paper. This is true for a logic puzzle, a response to a reading, or just about anything that isn't a standardized test. She has not been taught to type, but is expected to type everything now. She ends up drained and sick at the end of the day. The middle school schedule is nice in that it actually ends earlier. I would support anything that has a shorter day and less total screen time, including homework. Listen. Lindsay Wilcox, I am a 5th grade teacher. I urge you this evening to vote to adopt the new schedule for K-5 and consider even shortening the proposed schedules for 6 to 12. Virtual learning requires a lot of planning time for the teachers, and if we keep going at this rate, it is likely that a lot of our amazing and dedicated teachers will burn out. Please do what is right for our children and staff and choose to adopt the new schedules. Thank you. Janine King Poland. As a parent of a 1st grader and major supporter of the RPS teachers, I am not in favor of shortening lunch, shortening breaks, and shortening the day only by 30 minutes. If this is the final proposal, I would much rather keep our current schedule. I have already been impressed with my son's teacher for her care and attention in recognizing fatigue and also encouraging participation when appropriate. Ultimately, I am most in support of the majority of teachers' recommendations. Ensuring they have the support they need and planning time devoid of meetings is of the utmost importance to this parent. When teachers have their needs met and are heard, respected, and supported, they will be in the best position to, in turn, manage their classes most confidently and effectively with trusted autonomy in their classrooms. Erin Campbell. Thanks for your efforts to modify the schedule based on feedback from the RPS community. I am a teacher in the East End who has been truly inspired by my students, their families, and my colleagues' commitment to making the best of virtual learning. I don't feel the proposed schedule changes address the challenges teachers face to plan, prepare, and create resources for virtual instruction. An hour at the end of the day for planning might seem generous, but I predict that time will be allocated for PDs, PLCs, and data meetings. What about a 4-day week for students so teachers can have 1 day to prep? Now more than ever, we need time to set aside for us to prepare and create without having to compromise our personal time. We need time to be able to coach families through tech challenges and build relationships. We cannot create the in-person experience virtually and should stop trying to do so. Further, the amount of screen time. Lori Kreckman. As a mother to 3 RPS students, 2 of which are in middle school, I wanted to first share my appreciation for our teachers and staff that are showing such amazing resilience and unfettered energy during this virtual school environment. Our teachers are always engaging and excited in their classes, regardless of when technical difficulties arise. And our administrators are always up to the task of helping with any issues and responsive in a timely manner. With that said, I still am very concerned with the current schedule of the day, more specifically with our middle schoolers. The day is entirely too long and causes extreme burnout of my 6th and 8th grader. The only just course of action I can see would be to shorten the day significantly, increase the amount of time for lunch. 30 minutes is ridiculously too short for these conditions. Rachel Dean, due to the challenges of virtual schooling for my 1st grader during the pandemic, I may be slow to respond to emails. Thank you for your patience. Raquel Van Denise, I kindly ask you to revisit the length of the synchronous school day. The proposed revised schedule does not take into consideration what teachers and parents have asked. Reducing the lunch and recess time is not the answer. I cannot explain how difficult and tasking spending long hours in front of the computer has been for all of us, students, teachers, and caretakers. Tara Mason, as the parent of a 5th grader at Holton, I just wanted to comment that the current schedule is perfect for our family. The school and the teachers are amazing, and my child is thriving and bored on Wednesdays, wishing the school day didn't end at 12. I understand many of the concerns about screen time from teachers and students, and especially younger children, but in all honesty, in this house where I am a full-time teleworking parent with my eyes on a screen all day, if the school day gets shorter, my child is just going to migrate to another screen for the rest of the day, and I speak for many of her friends in the same boat. Thanks for considering all perspectives. Oliver Speck, as a parent of a 5th grader at Holton, and this is a duplicate. Alicia Winning, as a parent and a teacher, I am deeply concerned that the feedback from many parents, teachers, and students was not taken into consideration with these draft schedules. Shortening the day by taking away breaks and lunchtime does not fix the problem. Students need more breaks and less screen time. Families need more flexibility for completing assignments. Teachers need more planning time. These schedules are just not sustainable for most of our stakeholders. Please shorten the day for all students or reduce the number of days per week. As has been stated before, this is a time to show grace. By showing grace through our schedules, we show stakeholders that we hear their voices and respect them. By giving students the space needed to heal, grow, and be children in these difficult times, we will inspire lifelong learners. Thank you for your consideration. David Lambert. I would like to start by saying that RPS is doing a phenomenal job with the greatest teachers pulling through these trying and uncertain times. Nevertheless, the school day is too long. Teachers are working until late hours with a curriculum they are not familiar with and have little to no training. Navigating through this curriculum is too much, and spending 4 hours writing lesson plans for 1 week on the weekends after working until evenings in the week is too much to ask from teachers. The curriculum is based on in-person instruction, and there are no resources for online instruction. So teachers are doing what they have to do to make it work virtually. Teachers should not have to worry about lessons if that is what was presented to the school board in the summer. I would also like to state the hours are excruciating. There are more absences by the day with students. Students are online until 3:30 and 4:30 and then have to sit. Lindsay Chase. I am a parent of a 2nd grader at Mary Mumford Elementary. My son's teacher is doing a heroic job deploying virtual learning so far. We could not ask for a better teacher. However, the daily schedule is too onerous in terms of screen time. I see my squirmy 2nd grader white knuckling it through the Zooms, trying so hard to be attentive while he gets more and more uncomfortable wearing the headset. I am concerned that too much screen time with too few breaks is going to lead to burnout and a dislike for school and learning. Virtual schools simply cannot approximate in-person learning, and the daily schedule could better reflect that in terms of overall screen time. In my view, at best, this semester is a bridge to keep children connected to their schools, their teachers, their education, their peers. The current amount of screen time seems unsustainable and counterproductive all around. I respectfully request Heather Crowley. After looking over the newly drafted schedule for K2, I feel that it does nothing to decrease the amount of time students are on screen. Plus more than 5-minute movement break seems more than a 5-minute movement break seems necessary. Secondly, this schedule does nothing, in my opinion, to address the issue of teachers planning and working collaboratively together to ensure that the new curriculums are being addressed. Vanessa Dieterle, the proposed new schedule does not solve the problems parents and teachers have complained about. Parents wanted less screen time, so how does shortening all of the breaks help that? The school day is 30 minutes shorter because breaks have been reduced by 30 minutes. That's ridiculous. It's obvious that teacher and parent concerns were not considered with this proposed draft. All this draft does is make the current schedule look more appealing. Why is only one draft being offered? Tracy Oliver. My suggestion for the 9 to 12 schedules should mirror our Wednesday schedule. 45-minute synchronous blocks for the first half of the day, with all synchronous instruction ending by 1 p.m. Asynchronous instruction for the second half of the day. Thank you for your consideration. Sarah Hunter. I am a teacher living and working in the 7th District. I am concerned about the 5th grade EL curriculum for Module 1. The human rights videos we are supposed to share to our students come from a nonprofit called Youth for Human Rights International, which was founded and is funded by the Church of Scientology. The literature and the website are both promoted in the videos, which I have chosen not to use. The lack of vetting and providing credible sources, plus any kind of monetary contribution to the Church of Scientology, leaves little faith in the EL curriculum's validity, to say the least. I am also concerned with the proposed schedule. It is the same amount of screen time for the students, with even less planning for teachers. Melandra Coleman. I am a teacher at John Marshall High School. Based on what I have been hearing from colleagues and students, I think that the following schedule would be best for high school students. Block 1, 9:15 to 10, synchronous. Block 2, 10:05 to 10:50, synchronous. Block 3, 11 to 11:45, synchronous. Lunch, 11:45 to 12:15. Block 4, 12:15 to 1, synchronous. 1:05 to 4:15, asynchronous. Thank you for your time and consideration. Ariel Lander. I have a kindergartner at Fox, and although she is doing well so far, she is anxious by the end of the day to escape her seat in order to socialize and play. Her teacher, Mrs. Treadway, is doing an incredible job, as well as her encore teachers, but the element of socialization and play is missing from her day. It's just not the same. This is her first experience with full-day school learning, and being logged onto a computer all day, staring at a screen, is arduous to say the least. Kids at this age learn most through play, and I feel that ending the formal computer learning at 12 will allow her to have time for fun and creative play based on learning. I am lucky enough to have time to support whatever workbook activities the afternoon may require. I know that some don't have the luxury, so I do feel a full day with afternoon being optional is the best way to proceed. Catherine Shearer. I am writing to you as an exhausted Southside 4th grade teacher. Since the school year began, I have worked 13-hour days and worked throughout the weekends in order to plan and prepare for virtual instruction, because the curriculum and the planning resources the district has provided us has to be converted from being in-person activities that often require additional materials to the fully virtual format. All of my colleagues are working similar hours. This is not sustainable, and the proposed schedule being discussed tonight does not give teachers any additional planning time during the day. We are currently on an expedited track to burn out before October is over. Taking away time from lunch and pushing reading small groups and intervention to the end of the day does not reduce screen time for students or for teachers. According to the draft schedule, both students and teachers Candace Reed, the school day is too lengthy. An extended day doesn't necessarily equate student learning. It simply prolongs the day. We parents, students, and teachers demand a shorter day, not a rearranged schedule. A virtual day would be 9:15 to 2, fitting everything into the schedule, including lunch and encore. Below is a desirable schedule that can be modified to fit the teacher within the confines of the time. 9:15 to 10:45, community circle and ELA. 10:45 to 10:55 break. 10:55 to 11:55 math. 11:55 to 12:30 lunch. 12:30 to 1 encore. 1 to 1:30 science history. 1:30 to 2 small groups support space, etc. Thank you for your time. Megan Petskold. I'm a third grade teacher on the South Side. I'm very confused. I'm very concerned with the proposed changes to the schedule. The two asks from parents and teachers since the beginning and reiterated at the school board meeting last week were to reduce the school day at every level and incorporate more planning time. These new schedules look almost identical to the current schedules. The only major difference is the reduced lunchtime, which does the opposite of what stakeholders are asking for. Parents have expressed their kids need less screen time and are getting fatigued. Teachers have expressed a lack of planning time, causing burnout as well. Our main focus right now should be the mental and physical health of all of our stakeholders while keeping the love of learning alive. Ending earlier for every school level, not just K2, and providing the rest of the day for teachers. Sarah Schick, thank you for encouraging us in Southside to write to you giving feedback about this year. I have never written into the school board, but as a third-year teacher, I have a lot to say about how to improve virtual learning for RPS, and I have also spent hours calling my students' parents, trying to get their perspective to include in my emails so that their voices can be heard. I am a second grade teacher at Oak Grove Belmead Elementary School. I think it would be very beneficial to shorten the school day for all students K-12 at least an hour, if not 2 hours. The school day needs to be shorter, not only for health reasons, but also because we are in a national crisis, and instead of mimicking the typical school year, we need to recreate what school looks like. We have the opportunity now to reform for our babies' education, and we need to take this opportunity and make the most of it. Right now, I believe that our students are engaged. Jill Campbell, I am an elementary and middle school psychologist in the RPS district. I believe the shortened schedules are appropriate for our students. They need quality instruction time, but then time off screen for their brains to process the material. Too much time on screen is detrimentally to our kids, so I'm in favor of the abbreviated virtual schedule. Afeni Quarles, I'm emailing you to give you some ideas on what to do with the schedule. I feel like every day should be like Wednesday because first 9:15 all the way to 4:30 isn't very necessary. We aren't even in class till then. We're going through a pandemic. Also, the last thing we should worry about is all of this stress and hours about school when it's Wednesday. We still get our work done and learn at the same time and finish everything. And we're kids, we need to have time to ourselves. not to be deep in school for hours. Let us be free and have fun while learning. But in consideration that we have lives to live and some people got things going on, so it's better all around. If you don't agree with that, I have a second solution. Most of our time should be asynchronous because it makes no sense to force us to be in calls for that long. Ms. Owen, that is also our 2 hours. I can't see how many are left.
I believe that there are like 3 or 4. No, there are more than that. I think we do need to stop. We have a big agenda. I would like to say once again to the teachers and the parents and the students, we heard from a lot of students this evening. Thank you very much for sharing your feelings and concerns and offering suggestions about Joel. And there are a few other things in there as well. We do read them, and I know the administration does too, and there will not be a decision made this evening. Several of you seem to feel that was on the agenda, but it is not. That we are going to get an update on what the administration has proposed, and then we will, there will be more work done. So thank you very much to everyone. So now we receive for action the Student Code of Responsible Ethics, known better as SCORE. And that's probably Mr. Hughes.
Yes, it is. Good evening, Madam Chair Owen, Madam Vice Chair Burke, school board members, and Superintendent Cameras. At this time, we are bringing forth for action the 2020-2021 Student Code of Responsible Ethics, also known as the SCORE. First, I'd like to again thank the SCORE Committee, including Chair Owen, for their hard work over the last year to continue to iterate our policies and ensure the SCORE is more inclusive and less punitive. This work is in clear alignment with Dreams for RPS as we focus on trauma-informed restorative practices. Second, I'd also like to thank the Legal Aid Justice Center for offering feedback and for this morning endorsing the SCORE in its current draft. So the board is aware, in instances where the change requested by the Legal Aid Justice Center was made, the text is now denoted with a yellow highlight to show the change. In areas where the change proposed by the Legal Aid Justice Center was not made, it was simply because the proposed change was not in alignment with the Virginia Department of Education's model guidance. We did not receive any other suggestions or edits to the SCORE from board members or community groups. And as Superintendent Cameron stated last week, your adoption of the SCORE this evening doesn't mean that we can't or won't continue to discuss the contents of the SCORE moving forward or how its implementation impacts our students. This is evolving critical work, and we look forward to continued conversations. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Ms. Dorr.
Hi there. I want to thank the administration for being responsive to feedback from others regarding the Virginia Department of Education model of guidance, as well as the Legal Aid Justice Center. I know that many of us on the board, including myself, have been very interested in making sure that we take a close look at our SCORE as it relates to school pushout. I'm really heartened to hear that the Legal Aid Justice Center has endorsed this plan, and I think that that is endorsement enough to go ahead and make a motion, understanding that we have lots of work to do, but I think this is a really positive step in the right direction. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the SCORE changes as written.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Burke has seconded. And as we move on into discussion, Mr. Barlow has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is, I was also heartened to see that the Legal Aid Justice Center endorsed this, and I think that is important. But I do want to make sure that it, as Mr. Hughes noted, but it's not lost on any of us that we still have work to go to do with this. And I'd in particular like to see greater incorporation of student feedback, which I know I mentioned last meeting. And then I did want to speak to this suspension data fairly generally, because I think that that it is, of course, helpful to see the number of suspensions and suspension days as we continue through these conversations, but it may be more helpful for us to see this at least compared to the number of students as expressed as a percentage of total student days or something along those lines, so we can more appropriately compare here. And of course, you know, we certainly know where many of our efforts need to be focused based on the raw number of suspension days. And my hope is that we will continue to provide support in those areas. So I do plan on voting for this evening, but as we continue with further discussions, I would like to see some more data that's a little bit more helpful to us. And then the other piece, of course, is looking back prior to last year. I think last year was a bit of an anomaly given that we went virtual in March. So it's helpful to see what the data looks like for years prior. But thank you very much for all the work. And Chair Owen, I know that you put a lot of time and work into this as well. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Hughes, for bringing this back to us and for all of your efforts over the past week as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am thankful to see the revisions that were adopted from the from LAGC. You know, notably, you know, downgrading and eliminating suspensions from several of the infractions. I do think overall this document, though, does need to really be reimagined. Particularly as we continue our conversations about in-school discipline and staff, and I think that that really it will be critical that, given that there are a number of changes here, I'm looking forward to hearing from the administration what the in-school training will be to ensure that staff is aware of what those changes are, and that there's a shared understanding in terms of how the document will be implemented and utilized in each school. I would like to motion for one change, however. I'd like to motion that, so revise the, you know, an amendment, which would be, and I apologize, it's regarding the dress code violations on page 23. I would like to motion that we eliminate the line for the third offense, 1 day in-school suspension for the dress code violations. It's simply contradictory to the language above, which notes that a dress code violation is a level 1 or a level 2. And neither level 1 nor level 2 have in-school suspension. So I believe that would make it consistent with the rest of the document. So my motion is to strike that language on page 23.
Madam Chair.
34. I'm sorry, I heard two different ones. Which page?
It's on page 23. Where it says recommended consequences for dress code violations. The third offense is noted as a 1 day in-school suspension.
Yes, I wasn't clear on the page number, so thank you very much. Is there, there was a second, I think that was.
I would just propose that I would, if it's okay with Mr. Barlow, just to amend our motion to adopt the score, or Ms. Burke, sorry,
Burke.
To amend our motion to incorporate this amendment. So that would be to motion to approve the score as proposed with the edit to make page 23 dress code 1 day suspension consistent with
suspension.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Burke, is that agreeable with you? Yes? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes, Madam Chair, I was on mute.
Okay, so now we have the motion to approve score as presented with the amendments that were presented, but additionally to move the opportunity for a dress code violation for a 1 day in-school suspension, to strike that on page 23. Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Page 23.
Ms. Gibson?
Yeah, so I'm hoping that Mr. Hughes can speak to the training process. I think that, that is really critical in terms of the, how effective the document is to be how much, the team understands it. Also, there's some language in the document about Saturday school, and I'm not sure, which of our schools are using Saturday schools as part of their discipline approach.
Yes,
Mr.
Ms.
Hughes?
Gibson, in terms of the training piece, that is something that Robin Dalton and I, along with the principal directors, will flush out over the next couple of days, once the school board, assuming you will adopt the score tonight.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I'm listed,
right.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you. I also would like to thank the administration. Job well done. It did make it easier having highlighted in yellow as well as red. I had a couple of questions, and I am in favor of also, as I second, with passing this evening. I just wanted clarification on the community service, who would be assigning that. And I understood the extended day, school day, versus before and after school Saturdays. So you didn't need to have both. I know in the East End, the 7th District, we do have some schools that have Saturday schools or extra hour in the morning or afternoon per the parents' approval and the principals. So, and I also wanted to thank you for the dress code piece, because there were questions regarding the satin bonnets, and you did address that. But my question is, number one, the community service piece. Who assigns? Is that in-house, or is that community developed? How does that come about? And I'm assuming that the extended day, you didn't need to have both Saturday before and after, or extended, because it means the same thing. So my question is regarding community service. Thank you.
Ms. Burke, that's a fantastic question. What I would say is that for some of the responses, interventions, one of which you just named, that I will need to work with, again, Robin Dalton, principal directors, to outline some very clear procedures for how we implement some of our responses so that it's consistent across the division.
Okay, I have some suggestions if you'd like later. Thank you.
Give me a call.
Okay, Ms. Cosby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak to some of the suspension data that was presented. So I think at the next school board meeting, if we can, very similar to what my colleague, Mr. Barlow, mentioned, if we can get some additional information along the lines of not just the suspension days, if they were short-term, long-term, yes, in comparison to the actual school population. If we get some information on if we have it like repeat offenders, et cetera. If we have information on, yeah. So for the next meeting, and I just want to implore my colleagues that yes, while we are going to take some action on the score, that we have a lot of work to do, and a lot of work to do in terms of additional policy. And also regarding alternative education. You know, we have the score, but we still do not have appropriate alternatives to provide, or enough alternatives to provide, and that should be one of our priorities. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cosby. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. Yes, I think the information that Ms. Cosby mentioned is important to have. I'm also interested in specifically, I mean, I think what stands out are the number of suspensions in elementary schools in the district. That's something that we should all be concerned about, especially, you know, Fairfield Court. I mean, those numbers are just not okay. And so, you know, I would like to see what the infractions are that are, you know, that we're seeing those suspension numbers. If it's not possible to pull that for all grade levels, I think it is important to pull and look at that specific data at the elementary school level, so that we can see, you know, what are the issues that are causing those suspensions. And looking again at the score that we are going to be adopting to see, you know, if there is something that we can do with that document, with that data in hand to address and to find those alternatives. Because again, I mean, our elementary school students are then carrying that with them to middle school, to high school, and beyond. And as I've said before, there's no benefit. There's no benefit. The kids are not benefiting. You know, so we need to figure out a way to fix it, because it's not okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gibson. I don't see any others. So let's have the vote, Ms. Wilson.
And the motion was made by Ms. Dorr, seconded by Mr. Barlow, or was it Ms.
No.
Burke?
Ms.
Ms.
Burke. Sorry, I got it
Thank
wrong.
you. And the motion is to approve the score as presented tonight with the addition to strike 1 day of in-school suspension for a dress code violation. That's on page 23. Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yeah. Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Okay, moving on in our agenda, we are going to now discuss or receive for action the personnel actions. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Barlow moved and Ms. Dorr seconded. I don't see any comments in the chat. Okay. Then let us have the vote.
Ms. Gibson,
I abstain.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Cosby,
Abstain.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
and Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. And now we move to the proposed salary schedule for instructional assistants and assistant principals. I'm not sure who in the administration is this Ms. Lee?
Yes, good evening. Thank you again for the suggestion to allow additional time for feedback about instructional assistant and assistant principal salary schedules. I would also like to thank our Director of Benefits and Compensation, Allison Davis, and our budget manager, Angela Anderson, for their hard work on the schedules. We have not received any feedback, and given that we have not received feedback, I look forward to your vote this evening. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve this before we have discussion?
So moved.
All right, Ms. Dorr has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Page has seconded. And Ms. Gibson would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a comment in public comment, public information this evening about the salary schedule. If our school board, if you could read it, I want to make sure that that is clear, because it sounded like there was a particular discrepancy between the prior year salary schedule and this one.
All right, let's see if we can find that for her.
If you want. Would you like me to read it, Ms. Owen?
Oh, yes, you're fast.
Before voting on the salary scale for assistant principals, discussion needs to be held on the disparity between the current pay grades 128 through 130 with the new grades 128. 128.1 through 130.1. The higher steps go on those 0.1 grades are being paid less per year than the old grade. Even if they are moved to a higher step, the disparity will increase year over year. Example, the new scale for pay grade 129.1 step 13 shows a decrease of $2,173 from step 129. Does this mean those on step 13 will be moved to step 16 so they will not suffer a pay decrease? At step 36, the difference is $13,218 less than on the new scale. Under the position title definitions, do elementary schools with membership over 250 stay in category 1 regardless of size, excluding open and community? Do high schools with fall membership less than 750 stay in category 2?
I've lost Ms. Bell. Ms. Lee, there.
Yes.
Ms. Lee, I know this may not have been seen before. Do you or anyone else in the administration have a response?
Sure, I can go ahead and start the response and welcome anyone else to join in. But upon my review of the salary schedules for assistant principals, there is a uniform 1.17% step increase differential between years of service. And this year, assistant principals will also receive a minimum 3% raise. The decompression did create a step for every year of service, and no one will receive a salary decrease that is currently an assistant principal.
Or instructional assistant?
Or instructional assistant, yes, ma'am.
Okay, now going forward then, we assume there would not be a decrease in a future year?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay. I don't know, Ms. Lee, if you can see the chat, but that's where all of this, dear Ms. Dorr, put it in the chat. So if you need to be able to see it. So then we have about the size. I'm not sure I understand. Elementary schools with membership over 250 stay in category 1 regardless of size. It seems to me that each year that would be a consideration. Am I correct on that? If it went over 250 in a year, would that change?
There are 3 classifications based on school size, which is based on elementary, middle, and high.
Yes. So if in a given year we increased a membership, and I know that's what, at the end of September is the drop, is the date, Mr. Cameras? Yes, okay. So in a given year, if a school went from 250 to 270, would that mean a difference? It would in category.
The,
I'm getting a nod from Ms. Udesco.
yes.
Okay. All right. So, are there any? Oh, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I mean, I feel on, you know, within this district, you know, there's always things that easily kind of can go awry, and I feel uneasy simply because, you know, I mean, like the promise that it's going to work out. It seems I have to, without looking at, I guess I just feel uneasy if there's not the, you know, if there's still some question out there. I mean, I don't think it makes sense that people would change steps, right? Because the step has to do very clearly with your years of experience. And so I just want to make sure that the way that we execute this, we're not causing more confusion, because I hear from a lot of folks on staff where they have paycheck issues, and I don't want to adopt this and then, you know, have there be an issue after the fact.
Okay. Sorry.
You know, if it might be helpful to pull the document just to get clarity on what's been identified here.
All right. Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question regarding the change in the number of students, and Ms. Tedesco was shaking her head yes, which sounds great. Does that mean that would take effect in terms of the assistant principals if the population changes? Is that based upon the beginning of the school year's population, or if children went from 2-something to 15 beyond what was expected? Will their pay change during the course of the school year, or is it based upon the number at the beginning of the year? Or by the October date, I believe, statewide? How does that work? Usually for the state, well, not usually, that is the expectation. That's your count. So if your count changes after that October date, according to the State Department of Education, does that mean that person's, the assistant principal's salary would change? Or is it based upon that count from the beginning of the year, aligned with the state? Otherwise, I'm pleased with the raises that I see. Very pleased. Thank you.
Ms. Burke, my understanding is that we utilize the count from the previous year. And this year, assistant principals have been able to opt into the 12-month contract for this school year. But these changes will go into effect for all assistant principals July 1st, 2021.
Okay.
And if I can just add one other thing there. So I think, Ms. Burke, the fall membership, so this year we were able to make adjustments for a number of our principals, given enrollment projections. We'll validate that against the fall membership, and if any of the actual enrollments ended up crossing a threshold, we would make that change. But for example, we knew that Cardinal Elementary was going to increase in size given the new building and rezoning, and so that projected enrollment was used for salary adjustment, for example. And we would do the same for the assistant principals.
I thought this was going into effect October 1st.
It is. I'm talking about for the principal. I was drawing the parallel for the fall membership.
No, I'm just, Ms. Lee, something's going into effect next summer, but the salary schedules will go into effect for the assistant principals and the instructional assistants October 1st this year. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We would like to adopt the salary schedule for October 1st, but there is an opt-in period for assistant principals into the 12-month schedule.
Okay. All right. So I see no further discussions. Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do believe that Ms. Gibson asked if we could pull up the salary schedule and talk through this this question
It's in,
to make sure it makes sense to everyone.
it's in board docs. So you want it to be on the screen? It's a zillion pages.
Yeah, but I think we're talking about a schedule, and Ms. Gibson, feel free to chime in. You wanted clarification on this one issue that was raised while looking at the schedule, right? Or do we feel comfortable with?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I mean, you know, I want to vote in favor of this, and I'm excited that we're getting the raises, but I just want to make sure that, you know, there aren't any that it's clear, because once we vote on it, I don't want to, you know.
All right, so is there someone who can screen share? I don't know which page of this
Screen.
is the relevant one.
Would you like me to share my screen?
Sure. Do you know which page is the relevant one?
I believe so. So I believe she's looking at pay grade 128.1, step 13. Unless I'm interpreting this incorrectly, it goes from 74,232 to the next step of 75,101, or if you're going to the next pay grade, it goes to 80,124.
Can you make it bigger on your screen?
Sure. Is that better?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Dorr.
I think, I believe that the comment is specific to the current pay grade. So is she comparing the current pay grade 128 to the new pay grade 128.1? So I'm wondering, is it a comparison with the 2019 schedule?
I don't believe I have the 2019
No,
schedule.
no, that's not in here.
I did when she was talking go to look at to make sure that at least the math pay grade to pay grade made sense, but that's a good point. I don't have the 2019.
I'll just chime in that the current schedule is the 128. The revised schedule has the 0.1, so you can compare. Obviously, that includes the board's raise from last year to this year as well.
Okay.
All right.
So.
All right.
So 128, the pay grade for step 13 was 76,294, and the pay grade for 128.1 is 74,232.
So Ms. Lee, would the person who is at 128 last year be at 128.1 October 1st?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding is that it would be the case. And again, there would be no salary decrease for any current assistant principals.
But then how does that work?
And in reviewing this information, we utilized a desk audit in analyzing years of experience for everybody. Given this question and this feedback that we're receiving this evening,
Sandra, may I just jump in just real quickly, and please do correct me if I'm wrong. I think the issue here and the math is correct. Every assistant principal, in addition to the raise that they had received to date with the board's increase back in July, will receive a minimum of the 3% raise. Unfortunately, the decompression was so great within the assistant principal scale that no one, for the most part, is staying at the same step. So someone might currently be on 128 step 12, and they really should be on 128 step 20. So they will get stretched to the right number of years of service. So they will be seeing that minimum of a 3% raise, although the actual steps have now been decreased to the standard 1.17%, which is the board approved step for anyone on a teacher contract, on a principal contract, on a nurse's contract, on our custodial contract. That's our standard step for any schedule that becomes decompressed. Unfortunately, grade 128 was not stepped in any type of consistent way before. But again, because the decompression was so great, folks will be stretched to their appropriate step and will still see a minimum of a 3% raise because they will be placed on the correct step.
I understand. Thank you.
So
All right.
what is the step? So what is this, their appropriate step? So what is the step number? What is that exact? Should it simply align with years of experience?
That's the desk audit that Sandra mentioned, but yes, I don't know the exact business rules for assistant principal, but for example, for principal, it's 1 year for every year's principal, half a year for roles as the assistant principal, and a year for anything above principal. So there are particular business rules for the assistant principal role such that with a review of the resume of each assistant principal, they would be placed accurately on the step.
So just again, so I'm clear. So when we worked on this, my understanding was what we were fixing was, was the decompression, but it seems that there were two problems. One is that the pay grades were incorrect, but also that our staff was not even assigned to the appropriate step within the pay grade.
No, there was
well, that's how I would define decompression. The decompression is that folks were smushed onto the same step regardless of years of experience. But yes, you could look through the entire salary scale, and outside of the currently decompressed schedules, you will not see a consistent increase amount per step. And that's part of the work that we do each time the board gives guidance on the new role, is we standardize those steps.
And I would also add that with any decompression, just a desk audit of all staff members that would be impacted, have their files reviewed, just to ensure that there is, again, correct placement, which there was, but also to run analysis of the budget.
Okay.
All right.
So I think it will be important again that each person who is impacted by this change receive documentation that explains what their appropriate grade is, and to any folks that are there, I would encourage you, if there are still issues, to submit comments again and to reach out, because I want to make sure that if we say we're giving folks a raise, that we really are.
Okay. Ms. Page and then Ms. Dorr.
Thank you. I just want to commend the administration for this work, because I know this has been this board's priority to address the decompression for assistant principals. So again, I want to say thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Dorr?
Yeah, I was just going to say that if you look at the year-over-year change in the prior step to the new proposed step, it's correct per the administration. It ranges anywhere from 0.9% all the way to 1.6% year-over-year increase, which I know has been really confusing as it relates to steps. So I agree that adding some clarity about the changes will be important. But I also just want to celebrate the fact that we're able to offer this step increase. I think it's pretty astounding that even in these unprecedented times that we're able to do this. So we should be happy about that. So congrats, board.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, let's move to our vote.
Okay, the motion was made by Ms. Dorr, seconded by Ms. Page, to approve the proposed salary schedule for instructional assistants and assistant principals. Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes
All right.
8-0.
Yay. All right. And now we are done with our action items. So we move to board business, receive for the first read, the policy revision for Title IX and the student section update. And then we also have coming right up the Title IX statement and notice of availability of policies.
May I?
Yes, please, Ms.
Good
Lilly.
evening, everyone. Just want to, on 4.01, the policy revisions, I know that you all just finished doing, or approving rather, a set of policies. The policies that are presented before you tonight are just the Title IX policy revisions that need to be incorporated into your harassment policies. The federal Title IX regulations were recently updated, and those updates to our policies were kind of a little bit behind our first set. So before you tonight, you have 4 policies and the summaries are included. The summary of revisions is included in your board docs packet. Again, your harassment policies for both your personnel and for your students. Both of those policies are similar, although the audience is a different target. And basically those revisions were made to add definitions, were to make some changes, in the complaint investigation procedures, as well as directing that the administrative procedures be updated in accordance with the Title IX regulations once approved. So both of those are similar for the harassment for school personnel and harassment for students. The 2 other policies that are listed are in your students section, and they are just slight changes, again, to offer more flexibility in the language is with respect to discipline in instances where students are found to have violated the bullying and other threatening behavior policy, as well as in those instances where students are required to be, or were currently required to be reassigned should they have been found to have committed assault and battery on a teacher. So there's just some flexibility in the language, changing shall to may in those instances. This is for your first reading. If all goes well, we'll have this on the second read and approval on your next board meeting. If you have any questions or comments or revisions that you'd like to see, please give those to me within a week's time. Let's see, we're at the 21st. If I can get those changes by September 28th, that will be very helpful. And if you have questions, comments, or concerns, please email me by the 28th and we can incorporate those in the second reading. And if you have any questions now, I can take those. If not, we can reserve them for the next time.
I don't see any at this time. So let's go on to the statement and notice of availability. Is that also you, or is that someone else?
Ms. Wilson is going to give tonight the statement of availability of policies. We will be back before you to finalize the Title IX statement formally during our next meeting. Ms. Wilson.
Okay, so the school board policies are posted to board docs. We actually have an active session where the active policies are posted, as well as a retired section, so that older policies can be reviewed. There are 3 policy manuals in City Hall. There's one in your boardroom, one and actually 2 in the school board office. Policies are distributed as they are approved to everyone, asking the principals and directors to print the necessary copies for manuals in their locations.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Okay. Moving on to administration business. No, did we have any committee or conference reports, Ms. Wilson?
I'm sorry, no, I have not received any.
Okay, then moving on to administration business. 5.01, the school opening report.
May I, Ms. Owen?
Please do.
Thank you so much. It is wonderful to be with all of you this evening. Excited to share some initial data from our reopening. I am gonna hand it over to Dr. Harris to talk about our meal distribution, to Ms. Udasco to talk about technology, Mr. Hughes to talk about attendance, and Dr. Epp to talk about schedules. Before I do that, I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody who has submitted feedback about our virtual instruction so far, whether it has been pushing in a different direction or supportive of how things have gone so far. Either way, it is all extremely welcome and extremely helpful. I know we need to continue to iterate and be responsive to everything that we're hearing. I think what we heard tonight in all that incredible public comment was just the great diversity of perspectives about how to set up the virtual day. But we will continue to synthesize all that. And as Ms. Owen, as you said, no decisions tonight. Dr. Epp will share more about how we intend to gather additional feedback so that we can make the best possible decisions to do the most good for kids, for teachers, for our families. But to all teachers who are watching tonight, I just want to say thank you. I know it has been probably the most challenging period in your careers. And I am personally, on behalf of RPS, incredibly grateful. And to our families, I know it's been a lot to manage and to reinvent your lives. And to our kids, I'm so grateful, especially so many young folks from John Marshall who wrote in. Your voices are so wonderful to hear in public comment and weigh on us all rather significantly. So thank you. And please continue to write in. With that, I want to kick us off just with a little bit of fun news. We have already sold, I think this number is now close to 600 items from the RPS Love Store. We've raised over $2,000 for RPS families in need and for local racial justice nonprofits through the sale of these wonderful items. If you haven't had a chance to pick one up yet for yourself or for a great RPS educator or alum, please do so. So you can show your pride and your love for RPS and help donate as well to a great cause. So thank you to everybody who has already made those purchases. I was very excited. Myself and my sons received some of our items this weekend, and we were thrilled to be able to rep RPS around town. All right, let's dive in. I'm going to throw it over to Dr. Harris to take us through the meal distribution information.
Thank you, Superintendent Camrus. Good evening, School Board Chair Owen, Vice Chair Burke, and school board members. I am going to give an overview of our meal distribution, but I want to start by just showing extreme gratitude for all of our bus drivers, bus monitors, nutrition staff, school safety and security officers, family liaisons, everyone who has worked together to make this strategy a cohesive one, but also one in which we are delivering over 8,000 meals to over 1,000 stops daily. So just as a reminder, we have 2 bus runs. The first run occurs between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., and that's for our K-12 students. And the second occurs between 11:45 and 1:45 p.m. for pre-K students and other students who need door-to-door service. So for example, those medically fragile students. I would like to say we've received feedback over the past couple weeks from family members regarding stops, and similar to what we did in the summer, every week we look at our data, we update stops. So taking that community feedback has really been a part of our process to continue to make sure our stops work for our families. So really excited that we're able to do that in real time. Our distribution network includes 12 schools, and those serve as our distribution hub. So you can see the list of the schools below, and that's where the food is packed, and that's where buses go to these hubs so that they're loaded each and every day. Families can also walk up to these sites between 7:30 and 10:30, as well as from 12 to 1:30. In terms of, again, distribution, safety, health and safety is our #1 priority, and all of the following protocols are in place for all of our meal distribution sites for both staff and any volunteers. So we have daily screenings and temperature checks at our bus depots as well as our distribution sites, mandatory wearing a face mask, fully covering our nose and mouths, and continue to reiterate those messages during staff meetings, as well as during daily updates. Mandatory wearing of gloves for any staff preparing meals or making any type of contact. We are reinforcing the 6-foot physical distancing when possible, sanitizing surfaces for meal preparation and daily sanitation of buses. We, again, working on how do we continue to make any additional changes to make our process safer and really focus on how do we make things as contactless as possible. One of the things that we've noticed is our community has asked for support with just having masks. So we've added that into our process where we have masks available during our pickup sites for families who may be in need, as we saw lots of our families were in need of masks. Also working with how can we work with the city more collaboratively so that we can have them through their efforts making sure that we can support any family's need to get a mask if they need one. We're putting additional signage on buses. Just again, we want all of our procedures to be very visible, easy to read with pictures so we can reinforce these protocols. And then we have our contactless meal pickup, where we really shifted to making sure bags are placed in crates or on tables so that families can pick them up without any direct interaction. And those have all started at all of our stops. Again, just how can we make this as contactless as possible? Here goes over some of the data to date. You will see here that our meal participation rate is well below our pre-COVID and spring closure rates, but it's slightly above our summer rates. So we're continuing to explore further just why the rate remains low and what we can do to increase it. I will tell you on a call with this, the City of Great City Schools, and it was food and nutrition directors across the nation. It is a national trend that food percentages are low in terms of distribution. So on average, you're seeing about where we were serving almost like 70 and divisions were 70-80%. Most divisions are between 10 and 20% in terms of that average meal served per day. So we are seeing this trend. It's not just our division, but we really want to interrogate and figure out how can we continue to get the number up? Are there competing programs, just so we can try to increase those numbers. So that data is there overall. And then as we scroll down, we also put the data by hub distribution. So you can see based on the 12 hubs, what are the number of meals going out per day. And just to remember, every student receives a meal bag. So that is a breakfast as well as a lunch. And then on Fridays, they also receive meals for the weekend as well. So that is an update on our meal distribution. Superintendent Cameras, I'm not sure if other chiefs are going to go or if you wanted me to stop and take questions.
Ms. Owen, what would you prefer?
I think we already have a question from Mr. Barlow, so why don't we do that?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did see some feedback from families on the quality of the meals that we're providing, and was just curious to know whether you could provide a little bit more detail about how we're going about selecting what's provided in these meals for our families.
So we follow our schedules. I made sure that they were all posted. So if you or any family want to take a look at those schedules, the goal is to provide variety in those food selections, but I would encourage people to look at the daily schedules. Those are preset to make sure that we're following all of the specific food and nutrition requirements that are set from a federal level, and then that we're giving variety, and then that selection is posted on our website.
Okay, thank you. And now Ms. Burke and then Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Dr. Harris. This is great information. I appreciate seeing the numbers with the meals. I've gotten a couple of emails regarding the choices now for lunch, and students are saying they never had cereal like this before during the school year. It's a difference. They used to have wheat cereal, they stated, but now they're receiving other choices with cereal and their sandwiches as well. So I'm delighted to hear the quality of the food also that the children are enjoying. My question is in regards to the distribution hubs. So we're not doing the community hubs anymore. This is it, correct?
So we're still doing the 12 sites, our walk-up sites.
Okay.
So those are kind of like our hubs where you can walk up to those sites. But in addition to that, there are several hundred just mobile stops that are more community-based that we do in the morning as well as in the afternoon for pre-K. And then, of course, we have our one-on-one, but it's still a combination of both. The 12 sites as well, which are walk-up, which are kind of serve as the hubs, which are spread out across the region, as well as the hundreds of like community stops.
All right, because my concern is with Fulton. Do we still have Miss Gurley's, and what else do we have in? Because I know our children from Fulton can't get up to the top of the hill to Armstrong or ML King. So do we still have the stops at the Mount Calvary Baptist Church and Miss Gurley's? Are those places still in place?
So there's stops in both of those areas, at the top and the bottom. So although we're actually able to hit more of those areas now, but they're like a specific stop versus like Miss Gurley's, but there are stops in that area of Miss Gurley's at the top and bottom. I can share with you those exact stops, but yes, I feel really confident we're hitting a variety of areas, especially in Fulton.
That's what my concern was. So are their numbers included in the school drop-off numbers? Where are their numbers in terms of the amount of meals they're getting?
Those are through the hub sites. It counts the people who are not just walking up to the sites, but any of those stops in that area.
So that's included in Armstrong's, or?
Yes, I believe that's in Armstrong, but I'll double check to make sure the exact stops that coincides with and can let you know.
Just want to make sure they're covered. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering about I'm curious, about the budget for transportation. Could you speak to the number of routes that we have now that we are in virtual school versus the number of routes that we had, when traditional school is in session, and if there are any savings in transportation that we're seeing as a result of being in virtual?
So, Ms. Gibson, I wouldn't have the data from last year's transportation. I would have to work with the operations team who was in charge of that. So we would have to get that information, but I'm sure a comparison could be done for us to follow back up with you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dorr, and then Ms. Page.
Hi, sorry. Just was wondering if we were in jeopardy of, I asked this question to Ms. Hudasco earlier on in the year about reimbursements from federal government related to meals being picked up, and wondering if we are in jeopardy of losing any kind of federal funding and support for our meals given the lower volume of meals being picked up.
Yes, great question. Yes, we are currently reporting lower numbers that would affect our funding or how much we are spending. I want to caution us because this is week 3, right? So I think we're still waiting for that data. We also have some, like I shared with you, other competing things going on, such as our EBT cards and other community organizations that are also doing food service. So I think we're in the process of really trying to interrogate why it's so low, which will be helpful. But currently on this track, if we continued at these numbers, that would be a gap we need to account for. But I do think it's early and we need to do much more exploration regarding the data we're receiving.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Page? You're on mute, Ms. Page.
Sorry, I've been having technical difficulties all night long, but anyway, that's technology for you. But I just want to say, Dr. Harris, thank you for this information. And yes, it would be helpful if we receive that data for the competing entities that will help us to advocate or make adjustments where need to be for our meal distribution. But also, again, I just want to thank you for adding the additional hub stop and as well as a meal distribution stop, so the students don't have to travel a long distance to pick up the meals. And yes, I have also received positive feedback about some of the breakfast and lunch. Well, mainly the lunch. I heard it was hot spaghetti and a tossed salad. So that was good to hear, because a lot of times you hear about lunches at school are normally not so appetizing. So, but anyway, it was good to get positive feedback about that. But thank you for all your work.
You must, Paige.
Thank you. And I will just add a quick comment. I did hear from one constituent that some of the bus stops, and I don't think there's anything we can do about this, but it may inform what you're trying to find out, are early, like at 7 o'clock, but school doesn't start till 9:15. The kids are not necessarily awake at 7, especially not awake, dressed, and headed out for the bus stop. So I don't think there's anything much we can do about that. I think we will lose some of those if their bus stop is one of the earlier ones and they're not of a mind to get up and get out. So that's that's the way we are. So thank you very much, Dr. Harris. And seeing no further comments, we go to technology distribution.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm pleased to report that at this time we've been able to provide, or we'll give final things to schools tomorrow, technology for any family that has requested either a hotspot or a device. This also includes if a family shares that their device isn't working or was lost, we're able to replace that for them immediately, so there is no gap in instructional time. In terms of numbers, to date, we've distributed about 16,200 Chromebooks. As we all know, we're eagerly awaiting the arrival of our 10,000 Chromebooks that are on order. And once those come in, we will swap out all of the tablets that we've distributed as the gap, and we'll have about 10% more than we need based on our student population, but we will be one-to-one in terms of Chromebooks. In terms of tablets, which again are the stopgap device as we wait for the Chromebooks to arrive, we've distributed about 4,000 tablets, so a little less than 20% of students are on tablets. Obviously, therefore, the overwhelming majority of students are using a Chromebook. And as you might recall, we started the year technology free for our preschool students, but beginning next week, we'll begin distribution of tablets specifically to our pre-K students who need them, in addition to hotspots as needed. And in terms of hotspots in the aggregate, we've distributed approximately 10,000 of those. Again, we'll get those to preschool families who need them next week. There are a couple of versions of the hotspot out there, but one thing we've been encouraged to see to date, and certainly one of our T-Mobile devices can hold up to 15 users. So at this point, we haven't been hearing from many families who have needed multiple hotspots to cover multiple siblings in a home. So we're feeling relatively good about not having technology as an impediment to kids getting their daily instruction. Happy to take any questions about technology.
Thank you, Ms. Udesco. Ms. Burke?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so very much. I'm very pleased when I talk to students and see people at the drugstore, the grocery store, whatever, regarding the enjoyment per se of having the Chromebooks or the tablets. And I've seen a couple of situations where a father was trying to work out something on a tablet and he was ready to turn around and go back to the school, but the son grabbed it from him and just pressed one button and boom, it worked. So I'm really excited about what I see regarding the parents and the students trying to make this work. But my question is, just as we heard during the public comments, I'm thinking that every student should have a Chromebook or a tablet. If he or she doesn't have that, it's because the student didn't request or didn't ask. What am I missing here that people are stating that some students still don't have Chromebooks or hotspots? Excuse me, Chromebooks or tablets?
It could be, for example, I distributed some hotspots today. It could have been that a request came in last Thursday or Friday and I dropped those off at the school today. But we have inventory on hand, so any request that's made, we can meet it within 24 hours. Just need to get the device out to the school. Sometimes there's also just the coordination of the family getting back to the school. I've also did 3 technology home visits this weekend, getting stuff directly to our family. So we're happy to do that as well, so there isn't lost time. The only other thing that I could think of is that some families are still enrolling. meaning
Okay.
that they may not have completed all elements of their required enrollment paperwork. And we do need all of that in for them to roll into Aspen, get an ID, and therefore there's a way to assign them a device. But we're working with our families now to ensure that any outstanding paperwork is in.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hidasco. I've also heard that you've been going from school to school, unloading and delivering on your own. So I've heard about you. So thank you so very much. I'm very pleased to hear that. In the
Yes.
event that we have students that have broken, and I think there's a call number for that, trying to think of a way in which to reiterate if a child's Chromebook or tablet doesn't work correctly. What's the proper, are we still utilizing the numbers? I don't recall off the top of my head because there are some that are having difficulties.
At this point, if something's actually broken, I would just recommend they go to the school and we can immediately swap them out for a tablet. If it's a question about they don't quite know how to log in or they've forgotten their password, then
Right.
it is better to call the support line, just simply because a Chromebook in many instances is better than a tablet for typing, although so many of our kids are so good on the tablet because it's like using a phone. But if we can help you work with the device that you have, we want to do that. But if it's broken, if the chargers, it's not charging, let's swap it out and not miss a beat.
So how can we get that word out? Do the parents should call the schools regarding, because there's some social media that's in place also stating that some children who are enrolled haven't received theirs yet. So I don't know why. I'll send you a text regarding that later, but just to make sure that every child has what he or she should have, those that are fully enrolled. So apparently
Absolutely.
we're missing a few.
Absolutely.
I don't know
We're
why at this
happy to-
point, since we started in April, I just want to make sure every child has the materials and technology that he or she should have. Otherwise, we continue to play catch up, and that's not good.
Absolutely. They can email me directly or email their principal and we'll get them a device ASAP.
And your email address is?
MHUDAC, S as in Sam, KO, @rvaschools.net.
Thank you.
Yes.
They can always email me as well, and I'll make sure Michelle gets it, if that's easier.
There's a lot of consonants in there. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions about technology, so we'll move on to attendance.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Page.
I told you my technology is not working with me tonight. My question is there a process, like if we have parents that have transportation challenges, is there a process in place that the families can still access the devices for their children, but do not have transportation to pick up, devices at the various schools?
Yes, they can coordinate with the principal. As I mentioned, I did a number of drop-offs this weekend. We also have folks out in the community who can connect with families as well. And we are coordinating to have more tech support at each individual school if the school is obviously within walking distance. I don't know if Sade would add anything around any other transportation pieces, but we're happy to accommodate.
And that's what I thought. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that that is a process. Contact the school principal, or as I do in the past, I've done in the past, I notify the superintendent and Michelle.
Yes, Ms. Page, I would also say we still have our family support line and we've added capacity to that as well. So as Michelle said, principal, first line of contact, but any questions, especially with transportation, we do have several community partners. That's what we did throughout the summer. If a family needed help, we were able to kind of match people up. So there's always the family support line, which is 804-780 6195 that a family can call Monday through Friday, 8 to 4.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now attendance.
All right, well, good evening again. I'm going to provide a high-level overview of our average attendance over the first 8 days of school. But before I proceed, I want to start by saying a huge thank you to all of our social workers, our family liaisons, behavior specialists, school resource officers who have conducted a number of community visits to assist our students and their families connect with the school through this virtual learning environment. As you all know, our official student enrollment count isn't until September 30th, but I am happy to share our attendance over the first 2 weeks. As you can see, in many instances, the average daily attendance is comparable to last year. For example, Albert Hill and Barack Obama basically had the same number of students present as compared to last year. In other cases, we've seen great increases or decreases in the daily attendance over the first 8 days due to rezoning. For example, a fairly large decrease at Broad Rock is seen in a sizable increase at Cardinal. While we have experienced a slight reduction in the total number of students attending school over the first 8 days, we continue to work diligently to ensure students log into Google Classroom every single day.
Okay. Ms. Cosby, and then Mr. Young and Ms. Page.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hughes, for some of the explanation, because I was a bit alarmed when I looked at some of these numbers, and I just took some of the schools that had maybe a decline of 50 students on up. MLK, of course, I saw 87 students, Overby Shepherd, 78. The one that was alarming to me, you mentioned Bouchel, and no, you did not mention Bouchel. I'm mentioning it at 319. No, you did mention, okay, sorry. Broad Rock, John Marshall, Oak Grove. So what will be very helpful too is, I thank you for the comparison, but if you're saying this is because for some of them, and some of these it's not because of rezoning, it would be very helpful to also see what the number should be as opposed to where we are as well, if that makes sense. So what we were expecting compared to the actual.
Sure. Yep, I'll do some research and get back to you all.
Okay.
Right, because my next question is, for those that I don't believe this decline is the result of rezoning, I have a question, have we looked at, are we looking at, let's say, Chromebook distribution to see if there's a correlation between, let's say, the students who have not received their Chromebook to some of these absences, or just, figuring out what the reason is and making sure that we, just, I guess I want to know what the plan is to make sure that we make sure these students are connected. I know we do have our family liaisons out there. I know that, of course, our building principals and our teachers are making Herculean efforts. But, when I see 78 students, there's a difference in terms of 78 students, 87 students at MLK, and Fairfield, for example, 100 and I'm sorry, I can't read my handwriting, around 170 students. I am concerned, and I do want to know what the game plan is to make sure those students are indeed connected.
Well, I will say, as part of our Connect RPS strategy, utilizing all the stakeholders that I previously mentioned, we do actually have a division-wide and school-based spreadsheets that are kept up to date that give reasons as to why students are not attending school, including technology issues. I'm fairly confident that we can tell you each student who either is having a technology issue, i.e. a broken device, or who still, for whatever reason, needs to receive a device, I do want to point out that, yes, more exploration is needed at MLK to look at their reduction in students over the past year. However, the Fairfield Court reduction is due to those students being rezoned to Henry L. Marsh.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. So for our next meeting, we will see what the what was anticipated and compared to the actual, right?
I just need to do more research to look at what was anticipated. Traditionally, what we do as a school system is we just make the assumption that a child who was enrolled in RPS one year will re-enroll in RPS the next year. There is no re-enrollment process. And as you know, RPS has about a 35% transient rate. So I'm not exactly sure. I need to do more research about how to calculate what was expected. I just don't think what was expected the next year in terms of enrollment is the most accurate way to do this because of the number of students who move in and out of RPS during a traditional school year.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that you gave a reason. Some of the discrepancies or the shifts in attendance or in enrollment have to do with rezoning. So I'm saying even with our rezoning numbers, we looked at rezoning, we got some numbers. Okay, we're expecting so many people to attend this school with the new rezoning. That's what I'm saying. So if you're saying it's really not, if you're saying that, we really can't compare last year's opening data with this year's opening numbers, I am asking, according to our rezoning numbers, that we can at least get an idea of what that was telling us. I understand that we have a high transient rate. I get that. But if we can get that type of information, that would be great, as well as information, as I said, as it correlates to, how many students, like I like to know at MLK, how many students are still awaiting a Chromebook. At Overby Shepherd, I want to know how many are still awaiting a Chromebook and if that has any impact on their ability to connect, or if it is something else that we have to address.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cosby. Mr. Young, then Ms. Page, I think I saw your hand up, Ms. Burke, and then Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hughes, for providing this information. Really, really grateful. I do have a lot of questions about attendance, but want to respect my colleagues and their interest in likewise asking a lot of questions. So I'll just limit them to a couple right now, but specifically, we have all heard some of what we could characterize as attrition in the day, i.e. students, for example, after lunch, not participating in the same kind of volume that they did in the morning. It seemed to me that that kind of information would be particularly helpful and will help guide our path forward in regards to scheduling. So I wanted to inquire, my first question regards if we have any data now that can be shared relevant to, for example, morning versus afternoon, and or what kind of attrition we have in students. In fact, we even heard in one of the public comments this evening some reference to that, and so that's my first question, and then my second question regards if we have at last meeting we had a really good conversation about what would constitute attendance and VDOE guidelines there too, and how we were providing instruction to our folks. So so my question this week regards in reviewing the data that you've put together for us. Again, thank you. Do we have any handle on what this actually looks like? And in other words, at the last meeting, we had the discussion about if, for example, if a student submits, if they submit a paper, for example, that was relevant to the Tuesday, but they didn't log in on Tuesday, they would be counted as having attended Tuesday. Do we have any idea of what those numbers look like and how they're reflected in this data set? So, those would be here are my first two questions, and then I suspect subsequent my colleagues' questions, I'll come back for more. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Page, then Ms. Burke, and then Ms. Gibson.
Yeah, so some of my questions along the line of my colleague, Ms. Cosby, because I'm looking at the reduction in enrollment at Blackwell, Bouchard, Broad Rock, and I expected to see that due to the rezoning, but want to make sure that it's a hard fact that the reduction in these numbers are exactly that, you know, due to rezoning, or if it's something else. You know, are we missing students that's not logging on? Why, you know, why haven't they logged on, and what are we doing to reach those students? So I would like more information regarding the reduction in numbers. And also I want to go back to technology. So the repair, Bouchard one time was stopped for, you know, technology repair. So why has that been eliminated? Because I'm hearing parents are asking why, you know, why was that site moved to, you know, to do repairs on Chromebooks and so forth. So I guess that's a superintendent question.
Well, yes, you're right. Bouchard used to be one of our 4 mobile help desks, and it is not in the rotation right now. I think it was a function of just selecting different sites to be able to tap into different needs. So I don't know exactly why the shift was there, but I'm happy to follow up. I know Principal Waller expressed interest in remaining a mobile site, but unfortunately we didn't have enough staff to run 5 sites instead of 4. George Wythe still remains a South Side mobile help desk, but I'll follow up on that.
Please, because Southside is so widespread. When you're talking about location of George Wythe to Bouchard, that's a huge gap. And so, I mean, that's really a huge gap. And you know, if you don't have the transportation, you know, the means of transportation, and you're trying to get all the way to George Wythe, and you live near Oak Grove or down in the Blackwell area, that's not conducive. So yes, we need to revisit that again, because Southside is just so widespread. You know, you have one end of the Southside to the, you know, the lower end of the Southside. I mean, it's just so widespread. So, and families are all over, and transportation. And we know that transportation is a barrier. It's a huge barrier. And we want to be able to accommodate our families and be supportive of them.
I'll look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Burke, and then Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mrs. Cosby and Mr. Hughes already responded to one comment I wanted to ask regarding the 7th district. I'm very pleased that the Fairfield population has gone down because they were overcrowded per se, but Marsh the new Marsh Elementary picked up those students, which made the difference. But the way I figured it out was 132 students. But I thought, Mr. Hughes, we had closer to 150 students from the Whitcomb area going to Henry L. Marsh to Third Elementary, which lessened the amount of students at Fairfield. So we received more students overall in the 7th District. Chimborazo, Marsh, Woodville, the numbers have increased. My other concern is, so I think we're good with Fairfield and Marsh. I just want to make sure from the Whitcomb area, we didn't lose any students, because I believe the number was more than 132, which I figured out from the enrollment numbers that you have. But my question is regarding Armstrong High School. Did we rezone any of those students to go that are from Southside to go to Southside schools? Is that the difference of those 20 students there?
No.
Or Mr. Hughes?
Yes,
Mr. Cameron?
I don't.
No, I can answer. I'm sorry, I can answer that question. No, so there were, Armstrong is most likely experiencing a small loss because some of those students were rezoned to go to John Marshall.
Oh, to John Marshall?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not to Southside?
No, to John Marshall.
So they didn't lose their Southside students?
No.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So then we're looking pretty good then. All right, thank you very much. Just want to know about those 20 students, if my numbers are correct, from last school year from the Whitcomb area going to Marsh. Great, thank you.
All right, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question. So I wanted to confirm none of these numbers include any VPI students. And also wanted to know, do any of these numbers include students that are enrolled for governor's schools? And just a request that moving forward as we are reporting on attendance, if that could be noted, because there's so many different ways of reporting attendance that it can be confusing which numbers include what.
Okay, I want to go back and start with Mr. Young's questions. So Mr. Young, regarding the question around the number of students who are attending the morning session versus the afternoon session, and the number of students who are getting or receiving attendance credit due to different ways they can get the credit if they do not attend school virtually. Unfortunately, I can explore this further, but right now, Aspen, I don't believe Aspen has that level of sophistication. So at this point, outside of anecdotal evidence that we've heard, I can't really, for certain, I can't give you those numbers. In terms of Ms. Page's question around Blackwell, Broad Rock, and Bouchard, all three of those schools experienced declines due to rezoning. Broad Rock and Blackwell students, actually Blackwell students, I need to check where Blackwell students went. I want to say, I'm not 100% sure, so I will check with that, but Broad Rock students went to Cardinal and Bouchard students went to River City. And again, we have accounted for all of the students who have absences that aren't no-shows. Again, this information is stored in both our school-based as well as our division-level data sheets that key stakeholders at each school has access to, including a lead social worker who meets with a team every other day to look at why students are absent and to coordinate community walks or home visits to mitigate those issues. Finally, to Ms. Gibson's question, no, Governor School is not included in this data.
All right. Then we go to Mr. Young and then Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. And I completely understand the limitations relevant to Aspen. Is it possible to, and I believe the answer is yes, but, and if it's the will of the group, is it possible to acquire login data relevant to synchronous and juxtapose, for example, right now we're having this this deliberation relevant to scheduling, maybe morning versus afternoon. I would solicit counsel from the group in regards to what to actually compare and contrast with. But it would seem to me that if we could acquire that that login data for the synchronous sessions, that would be of some value for at least for yours truly to review. I suspect for my colleagues too.
That's something we can explore. Also, I do want to make a correction. I was mistaken a few moments ago. I do apologize. I was trying to remember rezoning from last year, but Blackwell actually experienced an increase in
Right.
enrollment this year. So my apologies.
Okay. Ms. Burke?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Mr. Cameras can probably answer this for us. And I'm just being realistic in regards to we're lacking about what, 3,000 students plus? And teachers
No.
were hired based,
No.
we didn't? About how many?
Well, what this data is showing, actually, we're only down about 400 students.
Oh, I thought we were closer to 24,000. We weren't.
Well, when you add in our preschool students, our VAVA students,
Okay.
that takes us closer to 24,000.
Okay, well, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. I've anecdotally heard of a fair number of, or at least some kindergarten families opting to hold their kids back an additional year. So I'm curious to know if the administration has reviewed this data by grade level, and if there are any insights that we may take away from that as a board that are worth sharing.
Parents who have opted to keep their child in kindergarten or second year, no, we haven't.
Or opted not to send their child to kindergarten and to wait a year.
Right. Okay. No, that's data we do not have at this time.
Okay. And then so the attendance data is very helpful. Does the enrollment data look fairly comparable?
Yes, as Superintendent Canberra said, once you add in all of our pre-K students and our BABA students, I do believe that when we get to September 30th, that our total enrollment will be pretty comparable to last year.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to note, if I may, Ms. Owen.
Okay, Mr. Cameron.
There certainly has been an increase in the number of families choosing to homeschool their students, and some who have chosen to pursue private school during the pandemic. So I would not be surprised if our overall number was lower, though I do think it will be comparable. But I did want to note that as I receive the requests for homeschool, I have certainly noticed an increase over the last 6 months during the pandemic.
All right. I do not see any other comments at this time or questions. So what's next?
I believe that I am next. Good evening, Madam Chair Owen, Vice Chair Burke, school board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present some updated thinking on our schedules. First, I want to just thank the public, our families, our students, and our teachers for providing public comment last week and this week, for sending Mr. Cameras and myself and others emails, and for all of those we've had individual conversations with, as well as our principals who are working hard to meet the needs of families and teachers as well. And also our collective teaching and learning team, who is trying to go back to the drawing board to respond to the feedback that we are hearing. Before we dig in this evening, I want to share that what we are presenting to you is a very early reflection of the feedback that we've heard most robustly. However, I want to also share that, and you saw a little bit of this in public comment, but via email and others, I think all of this work really underscores just how unique every child and family really is. And it's a very humbling position to try to figure out what is the exact right schedule that will meet all families where they are, give the families who are able to manage and support flexibility for their child, while also providing structure for those families who have other very important obligations or responsibilities during the school day. So our intent here is to honor all of that and adjust while acknowledging there's a little bit of a learning curve here for everyone. And I want to share, as we dig in, our path moving forward, tonight is to present directional adjustments to the school board and get your reactions. And then over the course of the next week to two, get feedback from families and teachers on these shifts and whether these shifts would be beneficial or more disruptive. And again, we've certainly gotten some good feedback from tonight's public comments. Our hope is, though, in explaining these shifts, you and the public can understand our thinking. So with that, I'll jump into the elementary schedule adjustments. So the biggest piece of feedback we heard was really around K2 and the day feeling particularly long, as well as kind of the back and forth toggling between synchronous, which is live with the teacher, and asynchronous, which is really meant to be done in a self-paced or independent manner. And we also heard a little bit of families who have children in multiple grades across elementary. The different lunch times made it difficult. So we tried to adjust for that. Now there's a trade-off, as we'll see in 3 through 5, around that priority. So we can certainly adjust that based on feedback. So our changes emphasize a few things. The overall day is shorter for K2 with whole group synchronous or live instruction ending at 11:50. And then there's lunch and recess. And then there's a period in the afternoon where there is primarily small group asynchronous work that students can complete on their own. However, we have structure or a recommended flow for students and families that require that. So essentially, we've reduced the morning direct time for English and math to create that space for direct and live synchronous instruction. We have lunch and recess for 40 minutes to give us time then for students and families to adjust in the afternoon. And during these small group literacy rotations, let's say there's essentially 4 rotations of 15 minutes each. 3 out of 4 of those 15 minutes are independent or asynchronous, and we advise to do them from 12:30 to 2, but if a child or a family needs flexibility and wants to do those from 2 to 4 or 4 to 7, they can do that on their own time. The one thing we're proposing, though, is we need 15 minutes of small group instruction with the teacher in the afternoon. And the rationale for this is, again, there's pros and cons to what we front load in the morning and in the afternoon, but ultimately the thinking was we thought that small group instruction in a very shortened time frame would provide something that's much more feasible for students and teachers, and something that students would be willing to come back for. The other thing I'll just say with all of these schedules is we're trying to balance maintaining the ability to meet the instructional goals and objectives, as well as developmental needs for a grade level. We're trying to ease the experience of students and parents, and certainly teachers as part of that. We're trying to maintain a frame of equity to make sure that our students who need the most do not lose from kind of opening up the whole afternoon to lost learning. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we're providing support and guidance and clarity to our schools to make whatever revision we land on be more strongly executed. So this is the K2 schedule, which you'll note is ending earlier than the current schedule, even when you account for the flex time. So what the headline I want you all to see here is live instruction ends at 11:50, except for 15 minutes from 12:30 to 2. And then for students who need additional support, related services, IEP support, ESL, that would be from 2 to 2:30. But either way you slice it, there's a lot more flexibility, and the day does end significantly shorter, earlier than the previous iteration. Let's go to 3.5. 3.5 is very similar, and I want to note, and I do apologize, there's a slight error here. We would basically push the schedule up about 30 minutes if we didn't want to preserve, if we wanted to preserve the lunch and recess time, we would push the science, social studies, or encore time up beforehand. But basically, we need some time in the morning for ELA and math live, but we only need about 30 minutes for ELA, not the 65 minutes that we have here. But the idea is very similar, which is to push up the live whole group instruction earlier in the day, and then try to end any synchronous time much earlier. And then in the afternoon, we still have small group literacy rotations, very similar to K2, but that provides families and students flexibility. And we also have individualized support for the students who need it. Let's go to middle school now. So for middle school, the day feels rather long. Now we do start a full 75 minutes later than the counties due to our meal delivery schedule. So that is a factor, but nonetheless, it still feels like a long day. Also, the 6-period schedule feels particularly challenging, and I can certainly relate. For our students, I imagine it feels like having, a full day of back-to-back video calls with a very little break in between. And so we heard more feedback from the 3 middle schools that are operating on a 6-period schedule than we did on a 4-period schedule. But nonetheless, we think that there can still be adjustments to both. So what we've done is shortened the day for both and added some dedicated asynchronous time. So for the 6 through 8 schedule for the schools that have a what we call a 4-block, which is double English, double math, we shortened the period from 90 minutes to 75 minutes with the assumption that there would be asynchronous work assigned in the afternoon, and then there's still a dedicated individualized support for tutoring, interventions, etc., from 3:30 to 4. So the whole group still ends at 3:30. We also wanted to more clearly define for our teachers what we learned when talking with teachers was, and observing some folks, was particularly in the first 2 weeks, which is, as many educators know, the way the first week goes, even in a live setting, is very rarely exactly how the rest of the school year goes. You're busy creating culture, setting norms, teaching kids routines, etc. But what we realized is there was not so much asynchronous work, and it was pretty heavy on the live whole group instruction for that entire 90 minutes. And so we think families really felt that and kids really felt that. So we would want to, in this model, more clearly delineate roughly the number of minutes, and show a model for, let's say, 30 minutes is live whole group, and 45 minutes is straight up asynchronous work, which we suggest could be completed in this time, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be. A student could come back and work on this from 6 to 7 or 6 to 8, as long as it's done within the, before they go to bed, is sort of the way to think about it. And then for the 6th period, we also shortened them from 60 minutes to 40 minutes with a mix, again, of synchronous and asynchronous. The idea being the asynchronous time is truly off camera, for lack of a better term, and independent or self-paced. So this provides structure to students who need that. But if a student's like, I don't want to do this right now for whatever reason, as long as they do that some point later in the day, it provides that flexibility for families or kids who need it, but it also provides the structure for families or kids who need it. And again, they would have individualized support in the final session of the day. So not every child would have that, but the students who do need additional supports or academic interventions. I will say one thing, sorry, Mr. Cameras, can you go back just one more slide real quick? We are also, because we've heard the majority of feedback from middle school on the 6th period, we certainly would be willing to put on the table to convert those 3 remaining schools, which are Binford, Brown, and Albert Hill, from a 6 period to a 4 period. The reason we had not done that to date is there's a particular staffing complexity around that, but it's certainly something we are open to exploring if that is the strong feedback from the community. And then lastly, for high school, we heard a lot of teachers say, hey, you know, we like this long chunk of time. We like being able to split up our instruction between synchronous and then get off camera and do asynchronous. Now, certainly it takes some time to build independence. So we also heard from some teachers and principals that students wanted to have their teachers there the whole time, even while they were to be working independently. But I think this is a process of where we build independence. We also heard that the end of the day feels really late, particularly for children, young adults who need to work afternoon jobs. So what we're kind of doing this blended mix where we split synchronous and asynchronous. And so the idea here is it provides structure without, there's a downside of just front loading every single piece of live instruction and then just leaving kids kind of out on their own devices for 3 hours a day for asynchronous. And I think this model allows us to do a little bit of flexibility while still providing some structure and guardrails to ensure student success in this very new way of learning where teachers, can't see their kiddos every day in the flesh. So the way this would work is you have about a 45-minute live whole group. And then you'll see later we go back to asynchronous. So for example, from 11:05 to 12:35, students could choose to do their asynchronous work during this time, or they could choose to do it another time. Again, so you still have to do it before you go to bed, for lack of a better term, but they have flexibility in when they do that, but we provide guidance. And then in the afternoon, we repeat the same piece. But what this does allow is for students who have jobs, the full live ends by 2:40. And this is around the time that traditional school ended. And so students in this situation could do their 3rd and 4th period asynchronous work at a time that suits them later in the evening, et cetera, or first thing in the morning.
All right. Thank you. And we have several people, Ms. Page, then Ms. Dorr, then Ms. Gibson, then Mr. Barlow.
Thank you. So my question, so Dr. Epp, thank you for this information, but I heard you made a comment about adjusting the schedule for some middle schools. So how would that impact the other middle schools if we're making adjustments for some middle schools for a few, but not making that adjustment across the board? I mean, how would that impact the academic success for all of our middle school students?
Sure. So thank you. First, middle schools with whether you're on a double ELA math 4-period block or a 6-period block, we're adjusting the schedule and shortening the day. And also trying to better articulate the split between whole group synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction, which has inherent flexibility built in. when I mentioned the difference in the 6 period schools, we're hearing the majority of feedback from there. And part of that is just the nature of having to rotate through 6 different classes in any given day. And so we're hearing stronger positive feedback from the schools that are on a 4 period rotation. But either way, we're looking to adjust both the length of the day and further delineate a cleaner line between whole group synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction, which gives, we provide suggested structure, but not required structure, which gives flexibility.
All right.
I may have another question, but let me process that some more. And then I have another question. So based on the adjustments that you have made, how does that impact? Are we meeting our seat time in accordance with the Virginia Department of Education, and or with this adjusted time, has it increased our seat time or decreased our seat time?
Sure.
According to the Department of Education.
Sure. So middle school hours are different than high school credit bearing course hours. So for middle school, but in both requirements, the state has allowed us to utilize very clearly delineated asynchronous requirements as part of the minutes. So as long as it's not just kind of optional, but it is required, even if it's independent and asynchronous, that can count towards required hours that are outlined in the standards of accreditation for both the middle school hours for the 4 core classes, as well as any high school credit bearing courses, which is the traditional 140 clock hours. So so the short answer is what we are presenting, we believe meets the state requirements in this current setting.
So you are saying, so we're not in jeopardy of not meeting the guidelines, for seat time with Department of Education?
Correct. It is my understanding that is the case. We would certainly validate this direction with our Office of School Quality Liaison. I can assure you, having gone through the transcript audit, I will in no way support something that we cannot validate, but based on everything that I've read, including the standards of accreditation and the waivers, we believe that this would be in full compliance with state guidelines.
Okay, and then my last question, exceptional education, making the adjusted time. So in considering the adjusted high school schedule, have we taken in consideration with the exceptional education teachers, using intervention and blended learning time as their pull-out remediation, etc.? So what happened to the students who need that time within that, Pacific class period?
Sure. So for the majority of our students with IEPs, particularly at the high school level, they are in collaboratively taught classrooms. And that's actually a pretty significant benefit because during the synchronous time and even the asynchronous time, the collaborative teacher can split kids off into smaller groups because we have that big chunk of time. So this schedule still allows for that. And for students who have, if they are in a self-contained setting, they would certainly have those services, their schedule would be the same as this. The teacher would just be not the traditional general education teacher. And then for students who have, what we also did earlier this year is through the, we try to delineate based on course enrollment. So for example, certain students with an IEP or certain students with an, sorry, there's a fly, certain students with who require language services or are behind in reading, they take certain courses, and those courses are then staffed by endorsed special education teachers or endorsed ESL teachers, and those serve as a reading support course that complements, say, their English 9 or English 10 course or their Algebra 1 course. So we try to come at this in a couple of different ways, but these recommendations have been vetted by our exceptional education team, and we feel that we can still meet the services of IEPs within this model.
So you're saying that this will not prohibit the teachers from providing that one-on-one time for students that need that one-on-one attention, feedback. So this won't prohibit that.
I don't think this prohibits it, but to be honest, I'm not sure that our current in-person schedule ever really allowed for the dedicated one-to-one time, just to be fully transparent. So I think it's usually pull out. And so if a kiddo is getting pulled out, those services would still apply in a virtual setting. Okay. I do think there's an opportunity here, and we've talked about having an extended day in the afternoon or an optional early bird session for students who need additional support. But as it relates to required IEP services, that can be provided per the IEP within the current schedule we have, as well as this alternative schedule.
Okay, and I will follow up with my other question.
Thank you.
About the adjusted time for some of the middle schools versus all. Just want to process that information some more.
All right, Ms. Dorr, then Ms. Gibson, then Mr. Barlow, then Mr. Young.
Hi, thank you. I think the summary of some of the feedback is consistent with what I'm hearing. I am hearing early indications that the newly proposed middle school schedule, the 4-block schedule, at least from the couple of teachers that I've heard from, are very enthusiastic about that. And the elementary schedule, I'm hearing that they like the batching of the synchronous and then leaving the asynchronous to the afternoon. A couple of continued challenges are at the elementary school level. I'm hearing still hearing concerns about teachers feeling like they need to lecture or talk to young kiddos directly at a screen for a long period of time. So I think that especially in virtual time, I've heard from a couple of different parents that have had that experience with different teachers. So just passing that feedback along, that I know it's probably really challenging to be creative virtually, but any resources that we can provide to our teachers to help there. I've also heard from parents that for elementary kids, the process of uploading homework is a challenge. So it takes a long time to upload the homework or figure out how to get the homework for the parents. So if there's anything that we can do to be sort of conscious of we're already putting a big burden on parents. So just another piece of feedback. And then 2 questions for you. One is, I also just think, I appreciate the comparisons to Henrico and Chesterfield, but I feel like we're not Henrico and Chesterfield, and I feel like we have to say that. I just have to say it out loud. Like, the Henrico schedule is pretty much the same as the Richmond schedule. We're just starting an hour later because we have to feed our kids. So I just want us all to be mindful of the fact that we're doing what's right for our kids. And I think, we blew it out of the water the first day of school from a tech functionality perspective, and our surrounding counties did not. So I just, props to RPS. I know that there's a lot of learning room to grow, but I just want you guys to know that, I appreciate that you guys are in it with us. My 2 questions are, one is, with the middle school 4-day period, what would that mean for electives, student electives? And then 2, I have heard some feedback from elementary teachers feeling disappointed that the day ends at the same time and then the shorter lunch. We heard that in the public comment a couple of times. So I was wondering if you could just comment directly to that.
Sure. Well, thank you. And certainly want to underscore the point about the counties. And I'll even go a step further. I mean, I've done a pretty detailed analysis and have been in touch with, their team. And even prior to making adjustments, our in total minutes are actually less at the K-5 level. And at the secondary level, there's a difference of 10 minutes at the high school and 15 minutes at the middle school between us and Henrico. Now, the differences with Chesterfield are a little bit more significant, but I would say Henrico is a much stronger comparison to us than certainly Chesterfield in terms of our demographics. So certainly appreciate that and want to underscore that comparison. And then let's see. So on the electives for middle school and moving to from a 6 period to a 4 period, I want to be really clear. And as I've shared, I think it certainly could limit some of the challenges, but it creates a pretty significant staffing and scheduling shuffle because you basically end up double blocking ELA and math, which means you need more teachers teaching ELA and math and less teachers teaching the others. The same number of electives can still be offered, but you ultimately come down to some staffing differences. And that's the reason ultimately only half of our middle school, while all of our schools are not yet on this double block, which is where we want to go with every middle school, because the data clearly shows that our kiddos are entering high school needing more math and ELA depth. So, but in the midst of rezoning and coronavirus, we wanted to be very careful about jumping into the world of like staffing leveling, if you will. But I don't think that this change would affect electives, but it could create some more significant reshuffling. On the elementary side, your question about elementary. So I just want to emphasize the whole group live instruction ends at 11:50 for K2. And between 11:50 and 2 o'clock, there's only an expectation of 1 15-minute rotation with your teacher. So it's hard for me to think about how you could be more flexible while still providing kiddos the structure and rotations they need, and how to not sacrifice. Because I also want to share, like, we also cannot sacrifice our instructional goals and our developmental goals, which is that students meet the standards of learning, and that we have not received a waiver from the state on that. So simply shortening the day and just calling it done at 12, say, with no afternoon structure, I believe not only does a disservice to our kiddos in incredibly important foundational years, it also simply doesn't meet the state mandate. But I think what we've tried to do is say, actually, at 11:50, you have a ton of flexibility. And for those families who do need the structure and who do not have the ability or means to shape the remaining 3 hours of the afternoon, we provide that guidance and structure. And so I think for a school district that has the benefit of being as diverse as ours, across socioeconomic and different family styles and preferences and what have you, this seems to be, again, we might not land on this exact schedule. I'm impartial ultimately to the exact schedule, but I think we have an obligation to kind of meet the sweet spot of flexibility, responsiveness to what we're hearing from families and teachers, and also be able to maintain equity and ensure the instructional goals are met for our kids.
Are you done, Ms. Dorr?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Ms. Gibson, then Mr. Barlow, then Mr. Young, then Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I listened to every comment and I've read every email, and, I've sat and watched my kids go through the schedule. And it's clear we have a lot more work to do. And I really see this as something that should be, you know, a huge wake-up call, because it's not just virtual school that we can see as a problem. I mean, there are some problems with the way that the system has been created overall. You know, it's the adults who want to make sure that this curriculum is going to get results. And it's adults that want to make sure that we're going to get all our schools accredited. And when those things happen, the adults will look really good, but we're going to be looking really good on the backs of our kids. Like, what is that doing to our kids? I think we must be very cautious when we are using the word equity in the sense of creating a system that is focused on delivering results for adults. It's a wake-up call for me, recognizing that the school day, you know, that we've taken an in-person school day and pushed it into a virtual model. I think that was a mistake to do. But what I can see now is it's not just a mistake in the virtual world. It wasn't working now. You know, there's no time for our kids to develop relationships, to, you know, because the entire day is structured on being productive every single second. And nobody can work like that, whether we're sitting on front of a computer or we're sitting in a classroom. What I want to see is a significant change in how we're approaching this. And then what I want to see is that we take the motivation from this change and we go to the state and demand that we reimagine education, because this system that we have right now, we're talking about equity. This is racism, right? Because what happened was we have defunded education. And then rather than put the money in education that we needed, we said, we're just going to make people more accountable. So now we have this model that's based on accountability, and we try to push to get more from less, more from less, more from less. And here we are. And so when we say, well, our demographics are different, are we saying then because we have Black and brown students, we have a high percentage of high poverty students, because we have a high percentage of students with special needs, that they need to sit in front of a computer for longer, that they need more seat hours, that they don't get to play? We cannot stand for this. We must be careful, you know? This is not about wealth or anything, you know? It's hard for every single parent. Tomorrow morning, I will wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning so that I can get enough work done and then help to, you know, keep an eye on my kid to be able to get through the day. And there are times when he's been in tears. So we cannot say we're doing this for equity. We cannot. We must recognize, and I think I'm hopeful that parents and teachers will see this moment and demand change, not just now, but for later too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Young, and then Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had a conversation, I guess this conversation a number of times over the past few days, in particular related to being too focused on, or hoping that we can use this pandemic and the changes that we're seeing in public education as an opportunity to reflect on high stakes testing in those efforts. But for the purposes of this conversation, I want to talk a little bit more about the schedule on a day-to-day basis. And you know, I've mentioned concerns about seat time over the summer, and then at our last meeting as well. And I do appreciate that that the administration did make an effort to make some adjustments based on the early feedback that we've been hearing. But I think now more than ever, we really do need to be taking into account the feedback of our parents and teachers, because they are pioneering a new model for public education. This is not something that's been done before on this scale, certainly not in our school division. And if we're hearing consistent feedback and loud feedback and a lot of feedback that things aren't working, then I do hope we will, you know, continue to evaluate our schedule and make adjustments based on that feedback. I do think generally that we should be making our approach to instruction more about quality than quantity. I know that our teachers are faced with some pretty significant challenges this year, not only given that we are teaching in a virtual environment, and that's new for many of our educators, but also because we are implementing new curricula this year. And I know that impacts, of course, they've gone through a lot of training, but I do know that that also impacts the amount of time necessary to plan and put together quality lessons and quality instruction for our kids. So I would like to see us be a little bit more intentional about how we can build in more planning hours during the day, because many of our educators have responsibilities at home in the evening and during the day as well. So I do hope that we can find some more flexibility on that end. And then the other question I have that I'd like to open up for some discussion with the administration is whether there may be opportunity. I know that there's a desire to make sure that we are providing equitable opportunities for our kids across the school district, that we are putting in place plans that work. But my impression is that there may be building level leaders and teachers who have ideas about a schedule that may work well for their school. And I'd love, I don't know if the approach would be to say, hey, here are some parameters that we want to see. Here's what a plan should roughly look like. Tell us, you know, create some proposed schedule based on that, or whether we just need to be more intentional about getting feedback, or continue to be intentional about getting feedback from our educators over the next couple of weeks as we continue to develop these schedules. But I do think that there's a fair amount more work to do here. I'd love to see a little bit, you know, I am glad to see some more time for personalized instruction and feedback in the afternoons, particularly on the elementary level. But you know, I've heard consistently people like the Wednesday schedule. I've heard consistently that people want the day to end earlier. I've heard consistently that our kids are getting exhausted by being in front of the screens as much as they are, and that our teachers are as well. So, you know, I'd like to make sure that this feedback is being incorporated moving forward, and would really like to hear more about how we're going to continue to engage educators and our families over the next couple of weeks to distill this feedback, because I do think that these teachers who are on the ground level actually implementing the plans that we put in place are probably going to be best positioned to help make sure that our virtual instruction works this semester. And that's important to us and for the remainder of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Young, and then Ms. Burke.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to compliment my colleague from the other side of the river. I think Mr. Barley said that very well. And to that point, I was going to inquire of Dr. Up, and Dr. Up, thank you. Grateful for everything that you're doing. Specifically, I wanted to inquire about messaging and messaging to all of our building leaders and to our teachers, i.e. the folks like Scott referenced on the front lines and the trenches, and providing that kind of autonomy. And it would seem to me, particularly at the elementary level, I mean, granted, it's a little more difficult for obvious reasons at secondary because students transition and have multiple instructors. But would seem to me that particularly at the elementary level that that we really could, and what my pleasure would be, that we defer to our teachers and allow them to go off script and to adopt a schedule that that is pertinent to their particular classroom. So I'd just say all that to convey my support for what I heard Mr. Barlow say. But my question right now regards one, how we can further augment flexibility, and Tracy, you spoke to that a lot, so thank you, really grateful. And two, how we can provide more time for lunch and recess, and then three, a question not terribly unlike what I asked Harry earlier, and specifically login. And did we have an opportunity to review login data and relevant to the schedule and schedule changes that have been proposed for consideration? And was that instructive at all? In other words, was that a variable or element in considering some of the changes that we are considering now? And then lastly is a question, just since I've got the floor, question for Dr. Epp, but also for our board chair and for my colleagues. But we heard, and we continue to hear from our teachers and from our families that what we've been doing isn't sustainable, and so my question pertains to the chronology of when we will adopt change. So if we don't adopt a plan this evening, then when will we? So kind of a process question, if I may, just in the interest of providing support and or relief to folks as expeditiously as possible. Sorry, I know that was a lot. Thanks.
Okay.
Ms.
Thank
Owen, may
you.
I?
Yes,
Sorry,
go ahead.
may I jump in on that?
Sure, Mr. Camrus.
Sure. So I certainly don't want us to make any decisions tonight. I think that would be premature for a number of reasons. My goal would be by our next meeting, so 2 more weeks, we will have had time to gather additional feedback, make more refinements, and hopefully be in a position. That way we would be, in essence, a full 4 weeks in. I think we'd be able to make some judicious and thoughtful recommendations to the board at that point. So that's what I would like to strive towards.
All right. In that case, Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Epp, thank you so very much for your report this evening. I sincerely appreciate what you stated and also what you've shared. I must say, number one, I have several friends that have children in elementary, middle, and high in neighboring counties. And in fact, I had one today on the phone at length, and I am so proud of Richmond. Yes, because we were aligned and then some. This is addressing children with special needs as well. And we've done well. This is different for us. This is the first time around, and Richmond has led the way. So I just want us to make sure we keep in mind the main thing. And the main thing is making sure we are addressing our children's needs. Okay, it's not about us, it's about our children. So I want to always keep that number one. And also you've made an opportunity, you've made suggestions in regards to what we can do to move forward. It's unfortunate, there is no perfect solution across the country. We all are going through changes in terms of providing for our children, which is no excuse. But as long as we keep coming to the table, listening to our constituency, and also making sure we're listening to our children. I wish I could hear from more of the teachers that send me texts and calls, and parents as well, how pleased they are. I'm thinking about one child over here in the East End, where the mother said the books, whatever books they had in their kits to read, their novels or whatever, how diverse the books were, how much the children, her daughter couldn't wait to just pull it and get started. So I have two questions. Number one, the 15-minute rotation, if you could explain that. And then my second question is regarding homework. So can you explain the 15-minute rotation? I just want to visualize that, and I'm picturing
Sure.
myself in a classroom.
Yeah, sure. So
help me
think
with that.
about if you're in a, thank you so much, Ms. Burke. And to answer your question, think about an in-person classroom and a lower elementary. You typically want to have students working on you want to have them have some direct phonics instruction, and then practice that goes with word work, letter sounds, phonemic awareness, fluency. You then want them to have some teacher time based on their level. Maybe in the old days, you'd think about guided reading or reading groups or the butterflies, but it's a leveled teacher table, for lack of a better term, the same way you would always do. And
The kidney
then
table.
last rotation
Okay.
would be like a personalized instructional software like iReady or Imagine Learning, or independent reading. So the students kind of go through those you think about kind of much more clearly defined centers, but virtually. And so 3 out of 4 of those are independently done. Now, of course, just like you would do in a virtual class, an in-person classroom, as elementary principals and teachers know, it usually takes the first few weeks to teach kiddos those routines to get independence. And so our teachers, are still doing that, and they'll still need to do that. And I think this is just another layer of kind of building that rhythm and routine. So it's, think about it that way. But the reason we wanted to preserve that was, 1, 3 out of those 4 times, kiddos don't have to do it during that designated time. If they're a kiddo who needs to get up and run around, or their parent is able to say, hey, you know what, let's go take a walk, what have you, or let's take a nap. Our some kindergartners still require a nap in the first semester. There's flexibility for that. But for the kiddos who are like, and the families who say, this is working for me, having that structure allows them. But what we preserve, and we know that there's no replacement for that small group, individualized teacher time in the early grades when it comes particularly to preparing children to read.
Okay, well, that explains that part. I understand that. So as the teacher's working with that small group or that individual group, can he or she see the other children? Or
No,
they're
it's designed
independently on their own?
Well, I think this is our recommendation and one of our big clarification points. Asynchronous really means independent and self-paced.
Right.
It's teacher directed, like this is what you should be doing right now. But the same way as if you're in a classroom, the teacher is not hovering over you doing independent reading. They might check in with you when you come to their table. But the real delineation is truly the child is independent and not on screen with the teacher during that asynchronous time.
Well, I must say again that for our first go around with this, and whenever you open a school up at the beginning of the year, you're going to have hiccups. That's inevitable. So I think things have, and we expect to get feedback in terms of what works and what doesn't work. And as a couple of parents and teachers stated that along the way, it may get better, but I'm glad we have a chance to process this and to just try to work the kinks out. Nothing is etched in stone forever. My second question is regarding homework. I'm a parent, as you all well know, 2 grown sons, but I never liked the idea of having enough homework to reteach school all day. After being in school all day, then all evening. So, but I know at one time, years ago, there was a policy in place per grade level as to how many minutes would be spent on homework. Is that currently in place? We do need some downtime. It's hard and I'm so happy. I talked with the first grade teacher earlier, and she said they're moving. She's having a ball. Great attendance, students are there, but she's also taught for over 30 years. Okay, so she's very comfortable with the curriculum, very comfortable with the changes. She loves her kits. The kits you all gave, she laid everything out on her desk so I could see what she got, which was awesome. I was that's amazing, the teacher kits as well. But my question is the homework piece. And we're still processing everything. So I don't want to overload our children with so much homework. I want them to have something. I mean, they have great books to read. They can write. Just keep it simple to reiterate what took place during the day. But I don't want to see any child, especially in the beginning of the year or throughout the year, really, elementary level and middle and high. It shouldn't be so overwhelming. I know we're trying to make up for what we didn't get from the spring of the year, but is there a policy in place regarding the homework? How many hours or minutes per grade level, or you just go on your own?
Yes. So thank you for the question, and agree. We do not have a policy on homework. So that is currently at the teacher discretion. And so my hope certainly for elementary is if there is any, it is related to reading and, practicing math, but we have not issued any minimum requirements. As you know, we did ask that no homework was assigned or.
But they still got it.
In week
but many
one,
of them still have it. Yeah.
Right. So if there is, I can certainly talk with the leadership team and with our principals and teachers about that. As I'm sure you can imagine, and I think to Mr. Young's point about teacher choice here, trying to find the right balance between guardrails and flexibility is a hard one. And so we have not, at this point, made homework a focus area one way or the other. We have not told folks to do homework, but we've also not emphasized any particular reduction, frankly, because it is such a varied practice currently in the division.
Something to consider, though. I would really like to hear teacher feedback and parents as well regarding that.
We can certainly add that to the survey.
Would you be so kind?
Absolutely.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Cosby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Epp, for the first draft of a revised schedule. So I just want to say, this is the comment I want to make. Earlier we had talked about, and I thought sometime in September we were going to be able to see some information about potential year-round calendar as we are looking at changing our schedules and making sure that we have enough time for teacher planning, that we're not creating burnout situations for our teachers, that we're making sure that our students have ample instruction time to meet state mandates while not creating additional fatigue as they're looking at these screens. And I mean, I get a headache looking at the screen, feels like 24/7. So as we're considering that, I do think that looking at an alternate school calendar is wise. Whether we are, I'm not saying to add additional days, but if we change our breaks or what have you, but do want to see some type of thought put into that so that, we can address some of these issues and provide ourselves with the flexibility to meet the needs of state mandates as well as the needs of our teachers and our students.
Okay.
And so so I said that. Now, it was not on the calendar for this year-round school. Now, when are we gonna receive that? Because we made a motion to receive it in September. Am I on mute?
No.
Okay.
I believe we discussed coming back to that in the October-November timeframe. So that's what I've been.
It was October, November. It wasn't September.
We said September, and then there was a discussion, and the administration said they couldn't get it to us in September, so we said October, November.
Okay, well, October, hopefully, so that it fits in with this conversation. Okay, great, thank you.
And Ms. Cosby, I would just, and I appreciate that, I would just ask that the board understand, depending on how many iterations or changes we make on the standard schedule, that certainly limits capacity around additional alternative programs. And so while we are certainly committed to trying to find that, I do want the board to understand that there are trade-offs in terms of capacity and time for shaping things in a way that's really thoughtfully done. But I certainly share the commitment and passion the board shared around a year-round calendar. It just depends on how deep we get into schedule adjustments or how significant the schedule adjustments are right now, as that will require potentially shifts and significant work on the teaching and learning team.
Okay, I understand that. I just want to be clear, and I think I've said it before. I think as we're talking about, as our teachers are saying, hey, this is not quite working, and our families are saying this is not quite working, you know, that should be some consideration. So I'm not saying to do it piecemeal, you know, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to fix the schedule over here, and then we're going to think about this. Hopefully there can be some thought, hey, well, maybe, you know, we can have some type of compromise if we were to do X, Y, and Z, if we were to extend the calendar, the school calendar, or alter the school calendar, you know, in order to meet these mandates. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to get in a situation where, you're right, I do not want to see us, we make a change in October, and then, you know, come, you know, February, we're talking about a different change. No, that's not fair to our students, nor to our teachers. But I think what is fair is to at least consider things like that, so that if we're talking about shortening the school day, how do we still get appropriate hours or the mandatory hours? You know, and if we're talking about shortening the school day because our parents are saying, look, our students, we're seeing these outbursts, and, you know, our kids are getting headaches, and it's just too long. And our teachers are saying, look, but, you know, don't kill us. We need planning time. And, you know, I want to have a life. So, you know, maybe we need to look at these things. And I think now is the time to do it. That's what I'm saying. So I hope we do look at it and take it seriously, and don't just say, well, you know, we're just going to focus on, you know, looking at this, trying to get a revised schedule. It's going to be what it's going to be, and then we'll just get to that later. I hope we do not do that, because as we've said here all along, you know, this is the time to be creative. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Young.
Madam Chair, I'll be brief. I just want to affirm everything that Ms. Cosby just said. I think it's absolutely incumbent on us to evaluate and consider a year-round calendar, and I've long been an advocate for it. I think it's I think would be a terrific tool in our toolbox. So I am eager to deliberate on that discussion in a way that coincides with this discussion about what we do for the here and now, i.e. this semester. So if, for example, we are anticipating in about 2 weeks identifying if we're going to make a course correction for this semester, I'm not so naive as to think that we should be voting then on a year-round calendar, but I do think that we should at least incorporate that discussion. So, so just want to affirm what Felicia said. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, so I do want to be clear about one thing, because I know that we certainly have plenty of community members following along, but is it our intention to have a vote at our next meeting to make an adjustment, or do we anticipate that this will go on further? Because I know I brought up last meeting, I'd like to make adjustments based on this initial feedback as soon as is reasonably practicable, but my hope is that we won't be more than, you know, or be halfway through the semester before we do make adjustments.
Okay. All right, then I hope we can now move on to receive an update on the facilities use agreement for childcare centers. Mr. Camrus, I believe you're up.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. So I want to thank Ms. Lilly for preparing a sample MOU, which we would use to secure the partnership with one of the providers, the YMCA, Peter Paul, RBHA. It is based on our facility use agreement, but it also incorporates the elements that we had initially put into an MOU with the city. And so that document has been uploaded to Board Docs so everybody can see. My request of the board is to signal consensus to move forward based on this MOU so that we can then begin in earnest the work of getting these centers up and running. If the board is willing to provide that consensus this evening, I think within the next 2 weeks, we might be able to have these centers up and running. That would provide support for 500 students. And so I would very much like to be able to settle the matter this evening and not have to delay another 2 weeks before taking any further steps. With that, I'm glad to answer any questions.
Ms. Burke?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would just like to thank Ms. Lilly in reading the MOU, the draft that was sent. I thought it was very, very great details, everything that was expected that we discussed as a board, you included. And I sincerely want to thank you for the line item that listed our first priority would be for essential workers, parents that are essential workers, and others whose parents are essential workers, whether they're working or not working. There was a leeway there as well, correct? So I'm very pleased to hear that, because we do have lots of children that need that support. I'm in full agreement in moving forward. And I know there's certain responsibilities we have to take, but I thought the MOU was well written. And I look forward to moving forward from that point on. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Young, then Ms. Page.
Madam Chair, just briefly, I too am in favor of proceeding. I'm excited about the opportunity to provide some much needed relief and do it as expeditiously as possible for our families. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Page?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
No, you're back on mute. Ms. Page, you went on. There you go.
Okay. Just want to say thank you to our attorney. I thought the MOU, just sharing some of the same sentiments as Ms. Burke. I thought it was very detailed. It addressed a lot of the concerns, questions that we had. And so again, we cannot delay this because our families are depending on us. So I fully support this as well. But I do have a question. A list of the providers, superintendent cameras, would that be made available? A list of providers? Because I just want to ensure that there's equity across the board, you know, with regards to the providers, you know, the small sites versus the school sites.
Well, I don't have information on the non-school sites that we would need to obtain from the city, but I'm more than happy to make that request.
Yes, I think that will be very helpful as well.
Okay, yes.
All right, Ms. Cosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this question is for Ms. Lilly. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so when, I'm just trying to find the section. Anyway, I'm just going to paraphrase it until I find this section, but one section has to do with the school board would, okay, we're going to determine the number of seats. It's something to do with cleaning the buildings. Okay, yeah. Okay, the school board and RPS will perform normal maintenance of, no, that's not it. But it has to do with, here we go. Okay. All right, the provider shall be responsible for the daily custodial service. All right, including cleaning and removal of All right, so there's no expectation that we will provide that, but there was something in there that mentioned something about us. I thought I saw something to do with cleaning the building, but I just want to make sure I may have misread.
There were a few sections. Well, the custodial services language is included in there twice. And then there is an expectation that the provider, and so all custodial services would be the responsibility of the provider. And there is a section in there, 4.3 on page 5, that talked about the cleaning of the approved sites upon determination. I don't know if you're talking about that, where the provider, again, is responsible for deep cleaning the sites after the expiration of the MOU, or if it's terminated before the date that it's expected to expire. Is that what you were talking about?
Okay, yeah, okay. Now, and what about, there's a section in here that talks about the internet we will provide. So we're just saying we're providing access to the internet, right? Not that we're giving, I mean, that.
Right, to the extent available, and it's written that way. To the extent available, the internet that is there will be accessible to whomever is in the building.
Okay.
All right. I don't see any other. Ms. Cosby, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Oh, I have another question. I'm sorry, I was trying to put it in the chat. Yeah, okay, so going back to Ms. Page asked about a list of the providers. So now, will we have any say in terms of the providers who are awarded a grant and who will be using our buildings?
I certainly think that is something that we would have a say in, and I'm glad to make sure that we are part of that decision-making process with the city.
Exactly.
I thought we were already set with the 5.
I think we are likely going to use all 500 seats with the 3 partners that have already been identified. But if there were additional seats that we wanted to make available, and of course that is something I would bring back to the board, then I think we could have a discussion about, would those seats go to one of the 3 partners that we initially contracted with, or would we want to include a 4th or 5th partner?
And I believe that these were people that we had previously had in our buildings doing after school work, and that was one of the reasons why we felt that we knew them and they knew us, I think.
Yes, we work with RBHA throughout the year, and we have a very strong relationship with them. as well with Peter Paul in the East End, a long and strong relationship, and with the Y, who we have partnered with over the last couple of years for our summer programming and some after school programming as well. So yes, these are all three partners we are very familiar with, we have good relationships with, and I think we can be very productive with.
Okay. I don't see any other comments. So we will.
Thank you. So we will proceed. Thank you. I appreciate the support.
Okay. And how about the JCT update? Do we need that tonight?
Yeah, I don't think we have much to add. We're continuing to work through punch list items. And we have a JCT meeting, I believe, this Thursday. So I'm glad to update the board after that meeting.
Okay. And then we had other informational items, the crisis management plan and the gifted and talented plan, and they were given to us in board docs for information. Does anybody have anything to weigh in on that? Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, I'm sorry, going back to the other item, I am concerned that about the safety. I'm just going to say that, you know, I'm concerned. We're seeing cases in the city, and you know, I'm concerned. But I do have a question regarding JCT, and I would like to know when we received the certificate of occupancy for the 3 new schools.
I don't have that information on the top of my.
We have not received it.
Right. But it should be soon. So once we do, I'll of course certainly inform the board.
Because we should have had that in August, right, to have those schools open for the start of the school year?
Well, yes, had we opened then, but given that we were not opening, the timelines were not as hard and fast, given the fact that there are no students in those buildings.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, we managed to be finished before 11. So seeing no objections, I hereby adjourn this meeting.